Oh, chat. It's me. We're heckin' here. I was originally not going to, and then I was like, you know what? Screw it, why not? I'm in a slightly better mood than I usually am on a Monday, so I was like, heck it, we'll do a broadcasted episode. I hope you all are doing fantastically. I think the volumes are right. I remember I had to dunk the volumes down because stuff was really loud the other day. So if stuff has to be adjusted around, please by all means let me know. Anyways, I think we are ready for today. Ah, would that explain the ruckus? Had I realized there was going to be storms, I would have probably brought these inside. They're probably going to be... They're too late already, they're drenched. Oh well. Very pleasant feeling, though. I will give it that. I have to see if I can try to find this Valerian fellow. Not sure what they want to do with me. I haven't done anything recently that I can think of. As context, something that happened that was mentioned to me as a thing that would have happened off screen. Elisande received a letter passed to her by Snowbell by a person named Valerian, who is like a representative, I believe, of another place, but they wanted to speak with her about something, but did not specify what.
write good no more, but I used to be able to write.
That's right.
I still can write. I just,
Also,
I don't know.
Yeah,
Give me a
you said you
target.
signed that contract.
Yeah, I signed the contract, but I
signed
didn't know
a
how to read it, so I
contract?
don't know what I
Yeah, he
wrote.
didn't read it, so he didn't actually know what he signed.
And then I had to sign
Anti-material
Hmm.
musket.
I'm already.
oh shit, you're right. Why has no one thought of this?
I want an anti-material
Hello.
musket.
Good morning.
That is what I'm going to get.
Though I think I am one of the
I'll be
few people
fine.
that actually finds this pleasant.
Just add powder.
Oh, I love this. You kidding me? I'm just
More powder.
coming off of 3 days of
Exactly. The
dying,
more
so
powder,
I'm
the more
sore.
powerful it is.
I feel like I'm
Well, don't do that. That's bad for you.
Well, you know,
Make the barrel like a very
hadn't
fancy
thunked it
material
until then.
cobalt.
Darn.
Oh, yeah.
It just slipped my mind. I forgot.
A future note for next time, I suppose.
Or make the barrel out of
The wise words of someone
depowered
dying is
granite
gay,
crystals.
and I'm already halfway there.
Into slivers and put into a pack.
Never mind.
Make them into
Okay.
slivers and then you just wrap them up with some type of cloth.
Is that not
How are you holding up?
Artificer who did weapons and not
Decently well, all things considered. I'm
Isn't there
Vincent is
the,
armor.
in the area for
doesn't Monday do weapons?
something that I had honestly
Monday does rifles.
had been left to me, and I just never got around to
Thinking.
looking at it for a while. I'm mostly
Maybe.
curious about
Hey,
what
Mark,
it
you
is.
head in that direction
Basically
for
a
no
fucking,
particular
like-
reason.
I don't know.
God, I'm a sore motherfucker right now. I can barely
Like,
walk.
listen,
Like,
Nah, I
why?
think,
When
I
I
think
was
it's gonna be
told
crazy
when
if
I
you do
was
that.
younger,
Actually, I think
get
you
that
get
bitch
get
a
her over.
cannon.
You,
Bitches love
you should go.
cannons.
You should help her get over there.
I can
Yes, I
can walk
do.
at least
I
enough.
can,
where it's
yeah,
just
I
slow.
can,
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking
Go,
crazy
go,
if you
go
do
get
that.
this made.
Is what
Whatever
would we
Monday
call
is.
him? Tommy Falcon over there.
Yeah, Tommy Falcon's over there. It's
Tommy
fucking a lot. Just
Falcon.
go over there.
I
Honestly,
love
just
Tommy
go over
Falcon.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, Tommy Falcon, brother of Tonasian Hawk.
What?
Something romantic or bloody is going to happen.
No way.
Oh. Oh,
Wait.
I see.
Oh my god.
Well,
No. Wait.
are you sure you don't want a little bit of help walking quicker?
Are you sure you don't need a little help?
Oh my god.
You might want to, get up.
Yeah.
Come
yeah.
on.
Come on. You need your get your running start. I've got you.
Or you can take a seat. You look.
Okay.
Well. You've had better days, it looks like.
Because I had the surgery like 2 days
And there we go.
I'm home.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm here to see you, dummy.
Good morning, everyone.
Guten Morgen.
Oh, fancy to see you as well, too.
Good seeing everyone.
Hello, Sally, Ava. Vale.
I'm guessing Zay
Good
as
to
the
see
one
you
that
all.
brings you here, or are you staying?
Bit of an unannounced visit
Yes,
from the
it's
sounds of
really
it.
here.
I assume this is a surprise to them.
I missed you too.
No, both are a surprise.
Delaney.
Just asking if you're here to get them here, or if you're going to stay.
I'll be staying for a bit. I've made sure that my wife is in charge of things while I'm gone, and it
Wow.
shouldn't be much of an issue. I'll just send some letters every now and then.
No, you're early.
Oh.
Hopefully she's not too clingy.
Yes, but I mean,
Wouldn't believe it.
Well, I suppose we'll find out if there is sudden
no,
a
just
3x increase in mail traffic throughout Leefside.
Oh,
All addressed to a very specific.
I expect at least
Oh,
one
you seem
if I were to guess.
Let's get you on the ring.
The most I can
Maybe a letter a day.
Oh my god, there's... Yeah,
As well as I
What's
can-
wrong with the rain? I like the rain.
Well,
What is that
okay.
called?
Well.
That is
That is a
the.
new forge.
Yeah, they've
I mean, I
they've
can also
built. They
just-
finally
New
finished
forge.
building up that building over there. The
this?
one that was like, what was it? The
Oh.
Inventors Guild or whatever.
I have built-in
Yes,
deniers.
completely reconstructed there. It's a great deal more powerful than the original, than the old one.
Hey man, that's how I
Well,
dry
oh
my
my
wings
god,
later.
the town has been thriving. It's unbelievable.
I mean, if you don't mind, I would need to be really
Yes.
careful.
Yeah, and it hasn't caught on fire any extra time since you were last here.
It's not too hot. It,
Well, don't speak too quickly. Maybe I'm the bad omen.
Well, I don't think it'll happen today. And if it did, it would probably go out very
Why
fast.
would you
not.
say that?
It would go out really fast. It's raining.
You know, actually thinking about it, we don't have any
Well,
lightning rods.
there is a magma spirit in it, so it would be a little bit difficult
you're
to
right.
really
Well,
supersede a
considering
blessing.
the weather.
But where?
I was gonna say, I mean, how hard would it be to actually set something like that up? How?
or on top of the
I mean, a lightning rod is basically just anything
Tell me,
conductive at the top.
I guess
of it.
how-
Layla's still in town.
And
How
non-conductive
readily would it
below it.
actually need?
Yeah, she is.
She is.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Alright.
We should put it up
Would I be
there,
able to speak
actually.
to her? Is she alright?
As far as I'm aware, she's doing better. She was injured quite a bit recently, but she's recovering.
Oh. Alright. Layla, I'm
Yes, they just pulled in with Celine as well. Celine's back.
Celine's here? What?
Yeah, they're still over there. But yeah, that's two very unexpected arrivals.
Indeed. What brings them back to town in such
Honestly, not
strange
sure.
times?
I don't think I actually really heard if there was an answer to that question or not.
I suppose the answer will come soon enough. Curious to hear what the story has been.
Why did they depart in the first place?
Beats me.
I believe
Some business in other
I
countries.
was going to say potential trouble back home for one of them. I'm not sure about the other.
I felt it was rude.
But I mean, she's right there. You can ask herself.
Just to walk about.
Hello?
And
Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
bump into someone. I think that was so rude. So I was just poof, walk around.
How are everyone here?
And then poof back here.
We're still breathing, unfortunately.
understood any of the magic stuff. I was never
Give yourself some...
myself.
Come on.
I'm not going to unpack that one right now.
Second nature, so it's hard
Why
to
did you leave
honesty.
Leefside?
I
Train it, or were you...
left for personal reasons and wanting to start something back up, but I cannot speak of it publicly, so
Really, like,
if
even from an early age, or
at some point it becomes more relevant, perhaps I will let you know. But at the moment I cannot give you any details.
Well, age is a funny topic to discuss, and I don't know if I want to get. You never ask a lady.
It is good to be
her
back
age.
though. Everything is being handled at home by my wife, so everything should be okay.
But yes,
Welcome back.
I've just always
Thank you very much.
interest.
Have any of you seen Layla, perhaps? I would love to speak more, but I need to speak to her first.
Not this morning, but that might mean she just hasn't come out of her house yet.
I've seen her walking around somewhere, I think, maybe? Might have been someone else.
That direction?
There should be about.
Are they in the library,
Well, I will
perhaps?
be
I'm not sure.
Looking over that way then.
You wouldn't be a contact
Thank you.
See if she makes
I need to
something for
attend.
you.
Where is he going? Oh my god.
I don't. Is there a volcano nearby? I mean, there's volcanoes in Zool. Which,
Well, if you do find a
not that I know of.
volcano, drop where it is, let me know. We're going on a hike, and we're gonna sniff some food.
I believe this is their house. The answer is yes, but it is not. Well, it is, but they are not home. So that was going to be for knocking. Well, not there. He must probably have gone around town, or they didn't stay home. Could be anything, knowing her. She was in here, probably not too far back here, so...
Anything, there's no difference.
What do you mean, which
Which
is
would
harder?
win? I don't know. Which would win?
I think it depends
If
on
you
the individual.
headbutted, like, one person without gloves, one person with all. If you went head to head.
Considering everything.
Well, if it wasn't for you guys in sooner, things would have been a lot worse. But still, we can catch up.
Who, me?
At many points.
Yes,
so nice
you.
to see you again. I love the armor. You look great.
Oh yes, this is armor I bought from the what's it name? The J2.
Okay.
Boy kissers.
So, this is this is where all that stuff is now, so I know where to keep a healthy distance from.
What stuff?
The forge stuff.
It's a joke.
All the things that are perpetually burning.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it'd be good for you.
Yeah, yes, it'd be very bad for my complexion.
Last I saw him,
like
the tavern direction.
The whole egg situation was.
I suppose I'll wait. I came here with your fiancé because
I see.
I figured it'd been some time, but also
They really have cleaned this place up since I last looked at it.
What's going on with me, but not very much closer to a solution to it. We got the egg back.
Elisande,
Hmm?
in the building you feel the presence of a spirit. A magma spirit. Feels almost as if you're intruding.
If you need anything, please let me know. I might be sore as hell, but actually, I'm so if I gotta throw another order on.
Maybe not.
But if you need
Though it
me
is
for...
impressive to see this forge, honestly. I mean, the last time I was here, I was still...
A spirit? Really?
Yes, we definitely need a significant upgrade, and we finally got our butts
And
together
the lighthouse.
Well, that's...
Yeah, that's actually new to me. I cooked up in the basement.
Wonder if that means they're changing their opinions on the matter.
We have plans in the works.
In itself, that building is not pleasant, actually. Looks nice, just not for me.
It was actually very inviting of the opposite gender.
Put up a good fight until the secondary operation is done.
Just a raucous event.
Although, if you want to, you know,
How long
you
was
can go
it?
Rico
Till this would be?
Do it.
Nightly spar
We
with.
don't have an exact date, but we have a short window as far as when we may be able to enact it.
Can't recall
I
his
will
name.
say,
The
if
good old
you
ant fellow.
does come with the risk of, we don't
Who's
know the exact
that?
number of the forces.
Titch, I believe. Titch, yes, that's
That
right.
being said, I
Two
just
on
want
two,
you
that
guys
was
to know
quite fun.
aware that
It's pretty
the
exhausting.
is to get out of there with
Hello,
Hello. Just out of curiosity, what are they going to do with this building now that there's no forge in it?
We've had several medical individuals.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. At the moment, it's a rain shelter.
I see.
I
mean,
You three are all very capable fighters.
I might be a little biased, but why hide from the rain? It's pleasant.
Can be, but all things moderate.
That said,
Start what?
So, I feel like you might...
Why does it feel like the second I go into that building that that's walking into a spirit's home? Is there a spirit running the forge now? Like, or
Yeah,
part
they
of the
made
forge?
They made a pact with a magma spirit
I'd definitely be willing, but I am a
bless the
bit
forge.
concerned about our medical
Ooh,
supplies.
That's what I felt. Okay.
Oh, don't get hurt.
I mean, never been a fan of forges in the first place. They're not a fan of me. They're very bad for my complexion. But walking in there felt very maybe unique to me because of things. It was like an unwelcoming feeling. I don't think I was really welcome in there from them. So
Do you know how to make
I was just curious. I was just curious what the circumstances that led to that happening was, because I remember people had been very divided on spirit deals.
It was a ritual performed by the forge priest, Warden, I think his name is. It's apparently something that they do in Zool.
Yeah, still apparently a lava, or whatever you all call it, magma spirit, in that forge now.
Yeah, well, like I told them, it's a very unwelcoming feeling walking in there, which is probably unique to me. Maybe Snowbell also. Probably also Snowbell.
You didn't like the feeling of the tree gave you. I would call that correctly.
Yeah, it's more like a directed thing, I think, in this case. I don't think
You didn't make her mad.
no, I've never met them before. I think it's more just a probably poor history between maybe their peoples and my peoples. I don't know. It's no matter. I've never exactly had a personal fondness for hanging out near the forge anyways. Mostly because I'd be afraid of I don't want to catch on fire, but
I mean, I moved it, so this should be fine enough for people.
yeah, no, I was gonna say, it's much more out of the way from most direct path of travel, so that's okay with me.
Do you want me to make you a canopy?
What?
I want to make you a canopy?
Oh no, I mean, it's a pleasant place. I like the rain. I know, big surprise, but
It's saying that because you're part plant?
Well, I mean, I actually, at least if I remember correctly, well, I could, just not in those waters.
Is it salt water?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would hurt really bad after, like, a little bit. But,
I see.
but I did, at least as much as I can remember, it's really hard to that far back, but I did like the rain beforehand. It was one of the things I did
Because
like.
of the season, or because of just...
It's a little bit of... It's just more of a... There was something...
I'm not a guard, I'm not gonna deal with that.
There was something pleasant about it, is probably the best way I could describe it. I've just... It's one of those things where I just found it comfortable. Still do, but I can't deny that it probably is a little bit more so now, because, well, it feels nice on the parts of me that thrive on that sort of thing.
Snowbell's been taking constant trips to the Vale recently.
Oh, I know. She,
I don't know if it's out of stress or not.
Not sure. She hasn't really ever specified in those times there. I just provide the same shelter area that they want if they wish. If they want to go somewhere else, I'm not going to stop them. They're their own women. They are much more capable of going around there by themselves than almost anyone else here, so I'm not going to complain about them doing it.
Hello.
Oh, thought you forgot already. I didn't expect you to
Absolutely
come
not.
back.
No, I would not forget about this town. I've forgotten quite a few things, however. It's been a little rough in my mind. I think the rune that was placed on me has still some side effects, despite it being gone. But, I mean, at that point, you have to expect
Feel
it.
anything?
What?
Oh, I thought you meant the ears.
Oh, no, not the ears. No. The rune that took away my memories for some time. The other rune, I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say that I still had some tendencies here and there, and it's a little debilitating at times, but it's alright.
Seem to like the rain fine.
The rain is fine, I'm used to the rain. I've grown up in the rain. Linden.
Have any odd cravings for fish?
Terribly so.
Well, fortunately, there are people that love to fish all the time here, so I'm sure you could probably get something to,
We used to take trips.
Oh. That's actually kind of creative. I like that.
Huh.
He doesn't like the rain.
Well, in a lot of ways, she's like a cat
Should probably
too,
speak
so...
I found out some interesting things.
Who?
Well,
You? Wait, who?
Yes, you.
No, I mean like...
I mean, you're you.
No, I mean...
found out some things related to the Vale.
Okay, I was just making sure I was trying to figure out, like, if it was you speaking to me or someone else speaking to me. Because I am here for someone else needing to speak to me, sort of thing, because one of those visits, Snowbell dropped off a letter, and I never got around to actually opening it until today.
That's lovely.
So I need to
Congratulations.
figure out...
She's gonna be happy when I tell her people want to go out on a combat excursion to try to get rid of these bandits.
The muscles so good.
They are quite, ruthless.
The same ones I
can't imagine it was you.
The same ones that people have been talking about, or is it like a...
Yes. They've been causing grief in the vicinity.
Oh, wait, those
Try to make it
ones.
past-
I thought you meant like
They
the ones that are
haven't-
like way out
I'd rather
there.
have no armor than armor
the
that
Knock
like stab me at any
Canyon
moment.
area. They haven't seemed to make their way to the Vale yet.
Absolutely. If this armor
Yeah.
So it seems like they're looking for monetary gain only.
I would never wear it again.
I see.
I need to talk with Vincent about seeing if he can figure out how.
There's been various things happening.
They managed to get
I've
this
been
Nothing really related to spirits for me.
vaguely hearing about the
That's good.
whispers about that stuff, but I've been
wish
kind
I
of
could
keeping
find the
my
person I'm looking for, though.
hands away
you're
from
still
that
looking for
because I don't have any
Yes, unfortunately so.
particularly practical combat skills nor ways
If I see
to
them and let them know.
help those who do.
That'd be
Very surprised.
amazing.
I mean, I can hit someone, but from what I've been hearing, they are well armed with things that can shoot people, and you can't really hit people with a stick from
Most
far
kids,
away.
and they have invisibility potions.
You
can throw it.
I'm
It's
not.
hard.
I'm not
Oh,
throwing
really?
this.
Which one?
They can make you some sticks to throw.
Vanilla.
no,
That's where I'm located.
sorry.
I feel like that's horribly inefficient.
Playing the rope.
Maybe.
I'm having a brain fart.
Either
I've seen
way,
some chapels.
it's not exactly my it's not exactly my specialty.
Well,
I do it out of necessity, not out of a
With like
want.
So it is
Can you,
quite
like, make
safe out there
acorns
for someone
explode?
like me, because while it is a Linden colony, not a lot of people seem to really care about what's going on in terms of
I've never tried,
They don't really
but
like,
if
the
it,
colonies
I
are
mean,
not
if it
being
was a
sustained
particular
by
kind that when they
government,
get to a
Excuse me,
certain
they're not really aligned with Linden.
age,
Yes, hello.
I should say, if they
there's a bit
blew up,
in
then
Papa,
I
but,
suppose indirectly
I heard,
yes, because I can make plants
Should
grow
ask
rapidly.
Longmaster.
It's going well, okay.
I feel like he would know among most people.
Yeah, I'm
telling
aware.
them that
From there, sort of. I'm a bit
Plant-based
So I was being told. It's lovely to meet you. I am Celine.
Okay, that's a
I'm Penelope.
that's a curious
My
idea.
situation here is a bit
Not sure
How is it over there?
whether or
How's
not.
back home? Hot,
Hi,
warm,
Lily.
sandy, dry.
Did you eat?
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm guessing you're more towards
I'll let you know if any of the cafes show open up.
or noodling now.
Well, I don't really have a specific spot I stay in, but there is a tavern I've really been enjoying, and what's her name? Anais, that's her name, the tavern keep. She's lovely, lovely woman. I've been staying in the room for a while.
Being a more motive, that's a good thing.
I don't think she knows what exactly you were trying to do there with the bump of your
something a little
fist.
concerning, and I'm looking for Layla about it because it concerns her, and also because the
More of
woman
an
over
sign of
there wanted to
acknowledgement.
see her fiance again. So.
Oh, did you travel with someone?
Maybe.
But
Yes.
I need to
She
find.
used to be the mayor here a long time
Have
ago.
a very
People are saying
strange, well not strange, it's gonna be a goal, but I don't think I'll achieve it in my lifetime. Anton told me how the Vale
Yes, she's in the forge.
started.
I must keep looking for her, Layla.
Miasma.
So continue walking around. Hopefully I will find her.
She's over there.
And I'm wondering if I can at least
Thank you very much.
make one tree or patch return to what it used to be. There's something for any of us to carry.
Say hi to you.
It's certainly a
I don't live
bold ambition.
Well, has anybody actually tried? Our goal is to hopefully make peace with whatever happened with the dragons a long time ago. This is a step.
There are many people who have proclaimed to have tried. The actual degree of effort and the level of success obviously wildly varied, and as you can imagine, any degrees of proclaimed success have been just, well, blusterings by a number of people.
I'm not very magically inclined.
But most people that proclaim to be able to do that sort of thing, well, are usually claiming it for personal gain and don't actually have much success, if any, in the actual art.
I'd have to go find Miss Euphoria. Apparently wherever her flower was, I guess, a main source of fixing or understanding it.
You're not going to find her.
Did she leave?
Not exactly leave, just... She used herself as a means to fix Wulfric's soul issue. The thing holding Wulfric together right now is her. She
They couldn't fix the gym issue.
She basically merged herself with him to try to basically act as the glue holding all those pieces together and keeping them from drifting apart. And unless I can find something else that can fill the role that she's performing, she's basically gone. Not to say that's the...
I didn't know that's how he was up and moving again.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, the Lotus is still around, though. And she wasn't the only one who knew how to operate it.
From Anton, it seems like he kept that a secret until she, well, decided to leave.
Yeah, well, when I found it, her voice was the one who told me how to use it, so... I know how to use it, and I believe Wulfric does too. As far as I'm aware, there's nobody else that actually knows how to open it that is here.
Well, first I have to understand exactly what the miasma is, whether it's a reaction to something specifically burning, and whatever has tainted the ground.
At least with the Lotus, and it being a source of a lot of that. For a time,
Seems like it was
like
doing
a...
good.
How do I say... It's... became a source of stagnation, is the best... The fact that it was sitting without being used, and in a sense, it almost has a... Similar to her, almost has a sort of reaction to its environment, the emotional resonance of sorts. And...
Or is it now?
I believe it is with Wolfrook. I am not personally keeping direct, well, oversight on it, and I would hope that she had left it with him, given that I had given it to Euphoria, given that it was, well, hers. But
I'll have to find him later. Given the guard are trying to move around and create operations, he should be around.
yeah. But regardless, it
There she is.
Mm.
That looks like
reacted to the change of its environment. It went unused for a long period of time. The amount of things stagnated practically, and similar to what happens with, well, like almost a stagnant water. It goes from a healthy place to something that grows increasingly more and more, well, in this case, metaphorically toxic. It's
What was his original purpose?
It was a genuine panacea. It could heal and recover just about any sickness, possibly almost any injury, and in its, well, defiled state, it can still do that, but it was a temporary fix for most things, and often left people with a, well, dreadful longing for more of it, because they would need to go back to keep the effects going and keep themselves from reverting back to the state
Like
they
people
were.
wanting to stay in the Vale.
It was a very addictive feeling. Believe me, I know all too well. Even now, it's actually hard to talk about it without longing for it. That was
I
the
guess you a
original.
sunflower.
It will have no remotely similar effect. This, however, does help, because over time, I think my body adapted to it. The flowers had a similar relief without giving any of the benefits aside. They certainly won't heal anything, but they will stave off that longing. But it's it
I'm
did
looking you over too much.
it did
Misunderstanding.
it did restore some of its original self with the things that I've been trying to do with it when we retrieved it initially from where it had been stored away. But the degree of which that is still the case, I am not sure. I've not really gone to check on it in quite some time, and, well,
I guess that's a side goal for me then.
it's one of those
I
things
don't
where
across the conundrum.
if it does get restored, it's one of those things where it's a, should it really be used in that state? Because part of it is that it's something that can be very easily abused as well.
That's many things.
Yes.
Power in any form.
But regardless, the original creator is not someone that can be consulted directly. You would have to ask Wolfric about what he knows about it from her. And worst case, I can always lend my aid there, given that I lived off the thing for years.
Well then, Vale, Ambassador, as I am the acting Leefside Ambassador, it seems, for such things. I think us putting effort into this until I eventually am put to the ground, something I would keep effort into. So far, I'm trying to figure out how Ember Root works, but it seems they need Vale plants to grow with them, at least at the start. That's the first thing.
I could always attempt to transplant some into the area, but the worry is, of course,
I think mushrooms will do, but I'm thinking of the way the ones at the beach is. I don't know, because
It
I
is
guess we can take a walk, it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, it is in a bit of proximity to the Vale, so that might be why it says...
There's already a fully grown Ember Root tree in this area, far
Yeah.
away. So I was curious if planting another one would do anything, or how it works. I've heard they're sturdy.
All I know is that they have a tendency to scorch the immediate surroundings around them as part of their life cycle, so you have to be a bit careful.
Really early. There's still grass.
You have to be careful with the, it's either that they do it, or it's part of what they need in order to thrive. It's one of the two, but either way, at some point in time, they do, well, somewhat burn the ground a little bit. Hence the name Ember Root.
We're getting further into the season in terms of trying to plant, but I think it's going to turn to winter sooner rather than later.
So what's the, what exactly is the reason for trying to cultivate further Ember Root than what's already immediately available nearby?
Part curiosity, part because to try new things.
Just for the sake of
I've
seeing
heard
if
that
it can
the
be
Ember Root
cultivated.
powder can be useful.
Ah, I see.
I think it might be helpful for either. We already have. What was it? Ember powder, or what it was? But I don't know if Ember Root powder can help more than what we already have.
I'm not
We don't
sure
have
for
much
the...
Dragonkin in town anymore.
I was going to
so
say,
it's
I'm
too
not
much
sure
of a
about
rush.
the exact properties of that plant. It's one that's... Well, my kind have never been too eager to cultivate themselves or directly deal with.
And I wonder why. It seems to be created more as a punishment for them.
Yes, and before and after, but there is at least another, well, plant that does have decent burning properties from the Vale itself that may honestly be one of those particular plants that grows rather well in in a symbiotic relationship with the Ember Root, for all I know.
They haven't been here for a little bit. Legally, has that gotten bigger? I feel like it's probably gotten a little bigger. I definitely wasn't a person size for a while.
Maybe a little bit more? I'm not entirely sure, but...
It definitely feels like it's more than my height, and that's usually a sign.
Yeah, but that said, like, you can see the, like, these, plants immediately around it, the ones that are, like, brown and whatnot. That is...
I think these are new. These purple ones weren't here before.
The purple ones, no, but, like, these, but specifically...
Directly
around here, in the immediate vicinity of the plant, it does start to, it starts to effectively heat up and can sometimes spontaneously combust, so it is...
Mushrooms seem fine. Don't know what they are specifically from the Vale, though.
I would probably hesitate to say that they are.
Hello. I'm investigating the initial tree that's gotten a lot bigger than I remember it being. Those plants I think are new. I don't remember those purple plants. I might have to pull those up.
They look like failed plants.
Yeah, those gotta go. Alright, and the mushrooms, do you remember, did we actually have a species for these?
Oh, you're
I
asking
don't know
me?
if you put those there originally. Yeah, did we have a species of mushrooms that we put here?
I mean, I wasn't the one who put these here, so I wouldn't actually know if they were specific ones. I don't remember there being mushrooms around in the first place, but I do...
They were here for a while.
The grass and vegetation in a circle around the ember root tree is burnt and decayed. And even though it's raining, you can sort of smell the spice in the air.
Like I
In
said...
the books that I read, do I know if changing out the soil around it helps it more, or no? Or leave it to do the ash to help it manifest?
You're supposed to leave it.
Oh shit, am I in the wrong category? Ah, fuck. Thank you.
They warn that the area surrounding an ember root tree may be destroyed.
May be destroyed. But seeing how the ones around in the town are not...
That's one of the
really
times to use
isolated and
something that
desolate,
makes
I'm
noise.
assuming
I'm
it
sorry.
just takes a while for it to get used to its
Not used to
surroundings
streaming
and
on
stabilize.
freaking Monday.
The book seems to indicate that that's the case, but mostly the book is sort of about... It's getting wet in the rain as you open it. Is about ember root trees in the Vale, which grow naturally.
But I know in the capital they have their own little grove of them. So I was told, unless that's no. Yeah.
And the book doesn't mention how that's done.
Seeing how these plants are here, I don't know technically if that's its own thing happening, because the Vale shouldn't extend past the river. So I'm going to have to work on this. I'll probably need your help with this next.
Elisande, none of these plants are dangerous. The brown one can be used as a spiced tea.
You don't need to worry if it's a matter of any of them being harmful. If any, seeing as this itself is something that can naturally grow there, it's entirely possible that some of the, well, surrounding stuff whenever it was moved here just finally started taking bloom in the vicinity of it, but none of them are the harmful plants that live out there. Heck, even one of these can even be used for tea.
Miasma. Yeah. I guess it'll be of interest to Ayla.
Well, I mean...
But if you say these won't produce any miasma, I will leave them be.
Once they've matured, if there's any miasma to be had, they would be likely already exuding it, and as far as I could see, I do not, well, feel it in any regard.
If you say so. At worst, I'd probably move them back toward the Vale, but...
If they sprouted up as a reaction to this, though,
That's
they
what I'm
may
curious
be.
about.
It may be a bit of a communal relationship sort of situation where the things that are here thrive because they are in proximity to that, and in turn, they could be providing something that that needs. Which is why it's been able to grow so much taller, because I do know that it had been a lot smaller in the past, so this is probably beneficial for it. So it's a matter of, do you want the tree to thrive, or do you want to, well, avoid having anything like this out here?
Well, the curiosity is if this place has been expanded on before by the Vale. There are amberroot trees beyond its borders. 3 or so I have seen. One isolated on top of a waterfall, one by my home, another in the Mazoa. It is strange as an occurrence. I'm curious why.
I
There's
mean,
nothing but an isolated patch of soil and stone.
Wasn't this one planted here by somebody?
On purpose, yes. It was supposed to be cultivated.
Who's to say that the other ones haven't?
They haven't shown any signs of any symbiotic growth from any other Vale plants I've seen.
Well,
that's why I was curious.
I suppose it's more of a, if I had to guess, this one being the closest one that, if anything, was, say, picked up by the wind, as there's been more than a few instances of people that have been standing on, like, that ledge on the other side of the river and having the miasma ends up getting blown over to them. It's entirely possible that seeds could be picked up by the wind and blown quite a fair ways, or
they seem rather heavy.
To be perfectly honest, there are people that go in and out of there a lot more lately. It's entirely possible that it could have stuck to their clothing while they were walking through and then fell off when they were in vicinity of the plant, if that's what happened.
Probably. But still, my answer is it has red moss on it. But that's as much as I can tell. These are old. Probably over a decade or two.
Well,
they've come into full bloom and stayed standing. The process is just curious to me.
Yeah, they are by and far something I would not claim to be any degree of expert in.
Well, we can learn together. It's still in your repertoire.
Yes, I'm familiar with a degree of the plants out there. It's one of those ones where it's one of those give it a wide berth of respect, given that it's a very temperamental plant if you don't know how to handle it properly.
I've been looking.
Very similar to one of those mosses I had brought in for people when they needed a combustive source for things that they were setting.
That tree is the same.
Very likely. Yes, I would have had to take a closer look at it, but there's it's a
This is the one I spoke of. As you can tell, it seems to be one of the older ones.
Where is it?
I'm staring at it.
Oh, that whole thing is the. Wow.
Why do you think I'm curious?
Okay.
It's far away beyond the ridgeline, blocked by rocks and trees.
Wow.
It has been here a long time.
I had never actually realized it.
That doesn't seem like it could grow. It's bloomed. I've harvested them already.
I had never actually realized that this was what that was.
I've isolated the area. It's by itself. No growths. No other plants, no scorched land. Here it
It
stands.
might be more of an early growth stage sort of thing, while it's still...
It gives me less reason to worry.
But granted, with how big of a tree this is, if the scorching is primarily around the ends of the roots, who knows how far those roots actually travel down through the ground?
Possibly, but this area would be barren. Trees still sprout new. No old tree trunks scorched or dried otherwise. It's something I've been trying to figure out.
That's another one of those...
This little sapling is here, though. I've cleared out the area and tried to figure out what to do with it. So that is my current side project to understand. If you have any better plants you think I could pair it with too, I guess what they apparently said to stimulate its growth. I'll take your expertise over me just wandering.
Well, I could certainly bring a few things out that I have seen that like to grow in proximity to each other. And if any...
something nothing too expansive, since it might duplicate itself a bit beyond what can be controlled.
Well, yes, that is true, but I can very quickly get it to us. I can bring a small amount, and I could even make it grow pretty rapidly. I don't know about the Ember Root. I'm not sure how compatible that would be with my magics, but the, well, pairing...
This place seems like a good place for it.
The pairing
All the
plants
trees here
to
are
go
chopped down
with
out of
it.
character.
But the pairing plants to go with it, I could easily make those grow quite rapidly.
There it is.
So it is.
And it has grown from the seed I put, but...
How long ago did this get planted?
A few weeks. But it seems like it's growing a little bit of moss on it. So, what we've encountered is we need to get something similar to the Vale to help it grow. So if you can find whatever you think would be good for this area seems enough that it won't.
I can give a
overgrow.
few ideas, but hi. So
I tried talking to it. It didn't
with
work.
with her experience in well, Vale-related plants, is there plants that typically often are found growing around these that seem to be there for sort of like a communal situation where like their presence helps it grow better?
When they're growing before they bloom and bear fruit, that is normally the case. You don't see any sign of that happening here, and in fact it looks like the grass and some vines are growing up the side of this sapling ember root, starving it, as if the regular pine forest is overtaking it.
Okay. Actually, are you sure this one is actually healthy? Because if it was growing properly, it would have actually already started the sort of scorching process, and there's a... well, a number of, well, plants growing up the side of it that look like it's sort of like the same thing that happened. Choking it out a bit.
I've clipped them off before, but like I said, the people's
that might be a
verdict was that it needs other plants from the Vale to grow near it.
Whenever it's fully grown and starting to bear fruit, that's usually when you see those other plants, but perhaps that is a direct result of the, well, other ones around it, but the only way to really be sure is to try to, well, provide that environment a bit early and give it a bit of a, I can give it a bit of a, how do you say?
Boost.
Yeah. selective advantage to the other things. I just don't know what would happen. But
This place is isolated enough. It won't grow past the rocks. It already has its older sibling in the vicinity.
well,
If you want, I can go find a shovel and a bucket.
No, I can actually... the best thing that I can actually really do, because it'll help it more naturally... Well, naturally, should I say. Get itself set up there. I can go try to find a few seedlings. Or not seedlings, just ones that are bearing some kind of seeds that I could pick up. Because I can grow things from seeds. I've done it before. It doesn't need to be already growing for me to be able to affect it. It is just a rapid acceleration.
Go on a small expedition to go get some.
Well, sons,
And rather
you've seen this sort of thing happen to Vale plants before as they try to extend out into other forests. Sometimes the first few plants, they get overtaken by the natural forests, before eventually the Vale overwhelms and consumes the forest. Competing habitats and biomes.
If you want this to survive, it's going to be, well... You would either have to keep trying, but this is a matter of... This is something growing in a biome it's not normally suited for. The plants that are here are more suited for it. They're going to compete with it enough until... Well... What normally happens is the expansion eventually overtakes it if there is no direct intervention, so... If you want this to survive, you're going to have to be willing to allow me to basically tilt the favor of this specific area away from what naturally would grow here and basically make a miniature Vale-esque biome. Because that's what this actually needs to grow.
That, this tree seems to me in a way what we'd want to accomplish. It's growing,
well,
healthily in a habitat that's not its own.
Well, to be fair,
seems peacefully.
Ember Root may very well could have existed a lot longer than everything else. It could have been natural at one point in time, and it adapted more to the Vale's surroundings. But there's nothing saying that it's
the sapling from this one. I was curious.
Well, either way, I can go get some seeds and give them a little helping hand in its vicinity that will help establish a area of, well, safety for this. And likely they won't really be able to expand much further beyond that because they will be outside the immediate realm of influence of the Vale, and that's likely why those ones are just isolated in the area that they are. While they're growing, they probably need that. This one has been long established, which is, it is a much stronger plant. As you can see, it's even, well, towering way higher than all the other ones, so there is likely, that is likely your reason for why it is here while the other ones are struggling, is that it's just, it may have had
its... This one is a little different from the other.
It may have had direct assistance from whoever used to live there in the past. Because that one is certainly a lot older.
And that house is new. Whoever lived in this area, yes.
Yes.
Actually, could you tell what that moss is on the other one? It's natural, but that hasn't shown up before on this tree.
The red moss, you were saying?
Yes. It's on the one on the waterfall.
Would I know what that is?
And actually go find the third one. It's around here. I haven't actually checked that one recently either. But it It's ironic, given my general position. Coincidental. If I'm supposed to help the Vale find some form of symbiosis with the outside world, that is a.
Well, I mean, the forest
that it can happen.
The forest it used to be certainly had its ability to coexist with the land around it. I can't see why. In order for that to go back to the way things were, you would basically need to try to find a way to return things to that. Yes. But yes,
This way.
Oh,
This is the other one.
oh, the one up on the waterfall. Okay, I thought we were going back to the first one.
No, this one has grown its own buds, but moss.
Ah,
I'd assume they'd have their own, but it's interesting to note.
Oh, all that's around the bottom of it?
Mm-hmm.
I see. I've never actually been up here.
This is where Amelia stays.
In direct proximity to this.
So it seems.
Let's see.
This one's budding too. I should probably harvest those.
Ames, does she recognize the moss as anything particular that's like a different plant from the tree, or is it part of its normal growth cycle? If you're saying something, I can't hear you.
I think they're contemplating.
Oh.
This is a red moss that grows on ember trees.
Is it a different, like, is it a different substance from the, or is it just, like...
Giggling.
Because that's all they told me, and it's very obviously a red moss growing on an ember tree. Look at it.
Well, we're saying if it has any strange properties.
It's more of, do I know anything about it than that? You... God.
Wow.
Okay, no, I mean, I asked the other GMs because I don't really do plants. They just said it's red moss that grows naturally.
I'm going to
on
eat
every
it.
tree.
No, I'm kidding.
I mean, that wasn't going to be too far off what I was going to do. I was going to scrape some of it off and put it near the sapling.
Oh.
This kind of red moss only grows on very, very old ember root trees, like hundreds and hundreds of years old.
That was the oldest.
Well, I was going to say this one is certainly old enough to have that, but pretty much goes back to the situation from before. I don't think this would exactly help. It's more that this grows in the right environment for it when it's old enough to do so. It's something that lives on the tree, but without the Vale actually expanding, that ember root sapling is never going to survive in its current growth state unless I basically intentionally disrupt the, well, plant balance there to make it so that those ones have a better chance of surviving.
Actually, what if this would be our test? Since I was told by Anton the miasma has kept very long into the soil, thus turning the Vale the way it is now. What if we could find a way to cleanse the soil first and see if that helps that sapling? Even if it's just a small bucket of soil.
Maybe. More than likely, if you transplanted it there, it would likely bring some of the plant life with it. I mean, there's a lot of things that just may lay dormant in the soil.
Well, that's what true help is for. I don't have much of a green thumb.
Ari. Elisande.
Mm.
You would also understand that this moss happens to grow upon very mature emberoot trees. Additionally, this tree, as being not one surrounded by rock, has allowed for this moss to grow quite hardily.
Wait, say that last part again. It's, this one because it's not surrounded by rock, or because it is?
Because it is not. If you kind of compare it to the other tree, the other one is very much kind of within a canyon.
Okay.
Whereas this one is not. It's much more exposed. And so the moss acts as a symbiotic relationship with the tree, protecting it from additional wear and tear from the environment.
Got it. But yes. Both of those two examples you showed me are, I'd say, of similar age. The main difference here, if you look at this one, like, yes, there is one cliff face here, but it's otherwise mostly out in the open. The other one is practically between two very close-up canyon walls. Part of what allows it to actually grow like this symbiotically is the, well, exposure to, well, an open surrounding. This is basically is there as a form of living, a living skin of sorts for the tree to help protect the actual tree from further damage from its environment. That isn't to say that the other one couldn't potentially grow it, but the conditions for it to grow so, well, thick like this and vibrant is, it's at a severe disadvantage on that front.
Let me see. I would go find the third one, but I think these two are good enough for getting a grasp of what their situations are.
A point of reference, but both of those have been long since established. For a new one to be able to take its place, or to take a similar position, would... My guess is that all of them previously had some sort of extenuating circumstance that allowed them to establish themselves such to a point that they could support their own life. Yes.
I'm not a tinkering man like those of the Crafters Guild, but seeing how this plant is already, well, it's been growing for a while, but it's also thanks to the Vale's influence. I wonder what would happen if we cleansed the miasma from the soil. Would it have the same effect? Or something new?
I am not entirely sure.
Go find a shovel. Curiosity is piqued. And if this is helpful, something I can try. I'll even hand pick through the soil myself if necessary. You just have to tell me what's bad.
Well, my first recommendation is, if you're going to do something like that, even if it is not necessarily taking, immediate plant life, yes, state your intentions, make it clear. Or you will have...
Don't tell before I enter.
Yes. It's an interesting idea. Just not sure where it will ultimately go. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more familiarity to my surroundings, but I know that people have a tendency to get very antsy whenever it comes to anything involving my home.
Well, hopefully you still see yourself as part of this town. I think you are.
I have...
After all, you live on our border.
I have connections to it. But my home will be... there. It is... an unavoidable truth in that regard. It's not a bad thing. Just...
some.
Well.
I'm hoping to... less people be claimed by the Vale and turn into just the mindless ones. If we could find a solution to hopefully minimizing the negatives that like this effects, I guess you said, from Efloria's flower. That might be a path to take.
I had known you were gone, but not because
I mean, it was the main reason why I think I kept mine throughout all of it. Or either that or the fact that I simply had a friend. I don't know.
Do you want the kind answer?
Well, I'd say you have one here. As if your roots decide to grow further.
I can't lie, I prefer other people not lying.
Metaphorically speaking.
I died 3 days ago.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
How pretty and big it is. I bet it's giant, isn't it?
It's also good, and at least
It is quite big, yes. There's an entire district dedicated to the temples of our lords and ladies.
What the fuck happened?
Wow.
I remember me.
I thought you talked to her already.
She comes from.
No,
Consequences to actions.
Oh.
I'd love to see them one day.
It's her own thing to resolve.
I see.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I would have asked if you wished to come. I just...
Don't judge her for it. You know, she lived, she'll learn. Hopefully.
I am by far one that is in no position to judge people for things. I'm just... It was alarming.
Must be the case.
What? How?
Were they happy about the... or kind of even surprised with the whole ancestor thing? I imagine they weren't expecting it.
I'm sure it'll last a good bit. Anything going on with you? I've been,
nothing going. Yeah, just kind of walking around the day. I don't have much to do today, so I'm just kind of walking around see if there's anything to do.
I realized that they never actually told me where exactly they wanted to meet with, but I would assume somewhere here. Just to keep my eye peeled.
Well, couldn't help but notice that you were around. I just wanted to say hi.
Hello. You've been up to a fair bit in the time that I've been occupied. I can see. Are you okay?
Yeah, time is running out. The more I get blasted with dark magic, the more things happen to me, and the more they are heavy on me, and
Such is the way of things such as that, I would suppose.
yeah.
It knows what it does, and it does it well.
People think that it's my fault. They're getting upset. They're getting impatient.
Well, is it?
Well, of course not. I wouldn't purposely try to make myself be hit with magic.
Then why exactly is that the perception?
I think it's because I still want to try to help.
So what, we're supposed to start blaming everybody that has a noble or heroic bone in their body to
Noble? Heroic? Is
Well,
that how you would actually describe me?
I would say that's more how you've described yourself in the times that you've done things in the past. You want to be someone who puts everyone else's priorities over their own. That's usually a rather telling thing of a, well, quote-unquote, as they say in the stories, hero. Because the biggest thing about heroes in stories is that everyone else's needs come before their own, and they do that sometimes happily, sometimes reluctantly, but regardless, they care little about their own well-being so long as the other person is safe. Which I'd say rings a little bit of a bell. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not a bad thing, it's just a... well... it's a trait that often attracts a very, pointed response from those who are watching from the outside, because what people really wish for a lot of times is someone who is able to tell people no, look out for themselves, and then simultaneously will then go out and do the exact same thing and not see any problem with it.
I know, right? It's ridiculous. They can do it, but I can't do it. Huh? Hi. What did I do this time?
It is
What did I do this time?
It is a matter of why some can get away with it than others.
I will launch myself at you over the bench. I want you to know that. I will actually launch myself at you.
Go on, do it, I dare you.
Girls, you're both pretty.
I know, right?
But it is a curious thing why some people can do that and no one bats an eye, but others do the same and proceed to, well,
You think
have
it's
the
a dress? Like, you think it's a dress or something?
No.
That's why people do that?
If anything, I think it comes down more to personality. The people who do that sort of thing and kind of get away with it are usually those who, well, don't really...
Some sort of umbrella.
They don't really care if they're liked by anybody or not.
Okay.
They just do it because, well, it could be a number of reasons. They're bored, they wanted to see what would happen. It's a, oh, I was going to do it anyways, so what's the point of worrying about it sort of things.
On my tail. I might have to go.
But for you, you do care about the perceptions of others.
Right, the rainwater's gonna get in the hole.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry,
I said,
repeat that for me, what?
But you care about the perceptions of others. You
I do.
want to be liked by people. You do it for their sake. You openly tell them it's for their sake. And you say the quiet part out loud of, I wasn't concerned about what happened to me. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. The people who get away with it don't say that part out loud, because then it means that they've acknowledged that what they're doing is, well, very reckless. Does that mean that that they are doing something right and you are not? No. But perceptions to a lot of matters are often the deciding factor between whether or not someone is in the right or not. And while you may not be going out of your way to deliberately find yourself blasted with dark magic and feeling probably no short amount of debilitating pain as that, well, situation progresses. But perception from other people will likely spin it as they know they're in a tight position already. Why are they going out there at risk of where they could run into more people that have no qualms about taking a little ball of dark and going right into your face?
Yeah.
However, to then ask those same people that are naturally driven to want to seek others' betterment, whether or not it is at their own detriment or not, to live a permanently sheltered life until their situation fixes itself, sometimes you need to be able to spread your wings, metaphorically. You have to be able to... Yeah. And often, the solutions to things will require you to have to take risks in order to have a chance of making things better. It can make things worse, but doing nothing and hiding away from the world just means that nothing will change. It won't get worse. It won't get better. And then you just get stuck.
Yeah. I refuse to have that happen.
But
So I'm working on it.
The other negative quality of the storybook definition of a hero, one with a sense of duty to others, is that they have a habit of putting everything upon their shoulders because they fear that if they don't, no one else will. And that leads to a rather self-defeating habit. One that I myself am rather guilty of at times too, where if there is a problem that they see faced, they feel that they are the only one who can and should act upon it, and they forget how to ask for help. When they need it, or before they need it. Because most often it ends up being after it was needed. Past tense. They become blind to the sources of help that they could have received, because in their pursuit of what they think is right to make it so that they can help those that they care about, they see the first solution in front of them and are driven and motivated to do anything possible to see that one option through. But there may have been one that is, well, right around the corner. That if they had just taken a little bit of a turn, they would have seen it, but they were so focused on what was ahead of them, they missed it. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened. Only you can answer that. But that might be the root of what the blame really comes from. Not that you are not deliberately seeking out the source of your conflict, your complications, but that they feel that there were more avenues that could have been pursued that may not have been fully walked.
Yeah.
Besides that,
However,
perhaps something more
there is one key thing you said. You're running out of time. But you did not say you are out of time.
Trousers and such to match.
The things that you have been trying thus far, perhaps they were not the perfect solution. That doesn't mean that there aren't other ones that can still be reached out to. And well, if there are ones that have become strained because of things that might have happened,
I can.
you'd be surprised what a genuine self-reflection can do. One that does not seek to make excuses for why something wasn't done, just acknowledging it. Admitting that, well, help was needed. And the hardest part of all, being able to face a little bit of the sort of, well, humility that comes with it. That same sort of feeling I imagine you've felt in times in the past where you know you might have done something wrong and there's that burning sensation along your cheeks where you can feel the blood rushing up to them because it's so unavoidably there that it hurts. It's one of those feelings. But
feelings are difficult.
Oh, believe me, I know. See, that's the thing. In order to be that person that wants to do everything in their power to help those around them, even if it's at their own detriment, you have to be able to acknowledge the weaknesses of such a worldview and know what to do in order to mitigate them, such that people do not look at it as you casually throwing your life into danger again and again, whether it be for trying to fix your own problems or fix those around you.
And then I just need your shoe
I
measurement,
see.
and then it'll be good.
How come you're so wise?
I've had a lot of time to reflect and think about the mistakes that I've made, and I'd rather not people go through the same things I did.
Alright, that should be everything.
My situation is one that has long since gone past the point of being fixable.
How much do you think
And,
something like this will probably run?
well,
a few shinies?
had I perhaps had someone tell me the things that I tell you, maybe I wouldn't be here. Maybe I would still be at home. Maybe I would be... everything would be normal.
I've been told there's a big fish somewhere
Understood.
that I need to yoink. No idea about it.
And also, when one's own company is, well, themselves for so long, you have to kind of keep yourself good company,
Yes.
or you go mad.
Yes. Extra shiny shinies in yellow. Two gold, would that be fine?
Perhaps it's me just telling people the things I wish I was told because I don't, out of a sense of loneliness.
Plenty silver, please.
I don't know. But
Holy shit. You didn't see that, did you?
no. What did I miss?
Big lightning strike down directly onto the town hall.
I missed that. Yeah. No. Okay.
Yeah, both of you missed it.
Darn.
That was a huge lightning strike.
Well, now I'm sad that I missed it.
Yeah.
We'll need to be
Sorry.
careful, and I would suggest not becoming a lightning rod of any sort.
Yeah. Oh shit! Does my instruments count?
This is wood. I don't think it would actually attract.
Yeah, but the metal parts here are not wood. It's
Well, see,
metal.
here's
lightning still hits trees.
So, well, here's the thing.
But help me.
So, no, hold on. If you start feeling a sense of unexplainable tingling all around your body, like your hair starting to raise on end, get the heck away from wherever you're standing.
Oh.
That sort of feeling precludes lightning strikes in the immediate area.
Duly noted. I don't get a lot of rain in Asmith, so I'll keep this in mind. By the way, Elisande, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
We will more likely need your expertise in a few days for an expedition into the Vale.
Oh, really? What for?
There is some sort of tower that John Quill has memory of in there. We're going to do an expedition to find it.
Oh, that tower. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I am demanding of John Quill that he puts together a team, and we're going to go out and try to find that. I'm saying about 3 days. I'm giving him at least that to put together a team. I am at least preemptively asking you for your assistance if you're able.
Yes. I'm actually already aware of this situation. I spoke with him in the past about it.
Yeah, it's getting worse, and so we're going to find the tower and find some information of whatever the fuck's going on with him.
I see. Yes.
Thank you very much.
I told him I would help him with it then. That hasn't changed now.
Much appreciated.
Good luck to you guys.
I'm going to go check the forge, see if there's anything that needs to be done, and then I'm going to go study in my apartment for a bit.
By any chance, before you go, that I don't remember what their representative, but Mr. Valerian, have you seen him about today? I actually came into town a bit because Snowbell dropped off something for me from him, indicating that he wanted to talk about something, but he did not specify at all what it was, just that it was a conversation he wanted to have with me.
Unaware. No, I don't think I've seen them up today.
I see.
Might be able to knock on some sort of door if he has an office, but otherwise I'm not sure.
I do not know where they hold themselves up at otherwise, but I will keep that in mind as
Apologies for yesterday.
Yes.
Speak to me.
I have a way.
Yeah, no.
Go about your business. It was just a matter of if you happen to see...
I happen to see them, which I have not,
Yes.
unfortunately.
As I have a bit of a, an appointment with them, for lack of a better word.
Oh, this is much better. Look, it's not wet.
Not be the worst idea if you're fine with that.
What is she?
Of course, no problem. Should be drying there. Should be start a fire.
Wow. Don't go there. Don't go there.
I called them searchlight coins. I would take
I like Elisande being my character that I can be fully empathetic with without having any hold-ups about how they talk about things, because they're someone that lives with a lot of regrets. They're a very melancholic person by nature, but rather than just be depressed all the time, they just kind of use it as a way to tell people things that she wishes that she had heard in her past.
Miss Elisande.
Hello. Suppose I could take another look around inside. If I were someone that was supposed to have an office somewhere, where would I have it? Actually, probably upstairs, now that I think about it. What is new? No. They're not. Okay. Oh, well, this is incredibly unhelpful, actually. They don't have names on the doors. Just apartments. Granted, I'm not sure if they're actually council members, so I don't know if that would... Well... Hopefully I catch them if I catch them. I think I've seen them walking around before. If I saw them, I would recognize them.
You've gotten ultimate power. You can now abuse it without issue.
That's the thing, I don't want to abuse it. People try to abuse it from me.
And that's why you were given it.
Oh dear.
Will be to God King Lens.
What?
What off?
No.
Who made the cardboard
That's not me. You shut your mouth.
So what made you royalty? Hmm?
I'm not royalty. That's the thing.
Okay, well, why are they saying it? What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. Why are you going?
He said he had sudden authority. He said he had the authority of a god, so I started calling him God King.
That doesn't
get to be funny.
That is such a leap of logic, though.
That is such a yes, exactly. That is batshit insane.
I told him to start abusing his power.
I'm saying, right?
Sylvia,
please.
Kings usually abuse their power.
There you go. Hi.
I'm saying, right?
Bonk.
No.
No.
Which
Can believe this.
has demanded with
Well, believe it.
By the way.
You seem sane.
Well, enough. That's about the best answer you're going to get.
Like, to be honest, who here is sane in this town?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
were you there? I don't think you were there. We told about the Vale happenings that happened a couple of days ago. A few days ago? I forget how many days ago. Some amount of days ago.
Maybe, but probably no.
Alright, Kelton was walking by the Vale, and they noticed a very strange smell coming from it.
I'm funny.
From Elisande too.
Yeah, let's walk over here, because there's a lot of voices.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm getting overstimulated, please. Although, preferably a little bit away from there, because I get very unwelcome. Well, no, it's not even that. It's, walking in that building, I get a very unwelcome vibe from it. I know it. I know it's.
The Forge Spirits mad at you.
I didn't do shit to them. It's just it's like walking into someone else's home, and it's very uncomfortable for me specifically. But anyways,
yeah,
we can talk under the
anyways,
intimidating lion head.
Roar. So Kelton was walking by the Vale, and he smelled sea salt coming from it, which he thought was a bit strange. So he went to the library, started looking through it to find, maybe something on the Vale that might mention it, because he couldn't find you or Snowbell. And while he was looking, Vale Spirit popped out of the book and started leading him around. It showed him a bunch of stuff about the burning in the library, and then also a painting in Gwyn's house. And then at that point, Snowbell had noticed him sort of wandering around, and he told that, so he went to the Vale to ask Anton if he'd noticed anything strange. He didn't, but when Anton left, the Vale gave us a vision of some. I think there were wood elves at one of the shores taking from it. It seemed
Yes.
angry.
They showed me similar a few days prior to that. I had made them aware of it because they were looking for signs of the cult members that they thought had fled somewhere in that direction, or at least were able to hide themselves there. And while they kind of found something that might help them, what came up was more them. And, well, whether or not it is a simple matter for survival, the Vale cares not. They do not like those
Like
who
things being taken.
They do not like things being taken from them by those who do not, well, have a proper relationship with it. The only reason why anything has ever been able to be historically taken or even, like, exchanged by, say, him is because he does the unthinkable and actually talks to them.
I've been trying to do that a little bit more, try to understand the Vale a bit better. I've been talking a lot with Snowbell.
She has certainly been coming into her own in that regard, I'll give her that. But, yes, the...
Wouldn't say I'm any sort of expert, of course.
I would.
Early on in learning.
Oh,
I've only gone up
believe
there
me.
a few times.
Believe me, if you would try to say that, I would correct you so fast. So.
Absolutely. I just don't want to sound like I'm being pretentious.
No, I do not mind when people are wanting to learn things, especially when it's something that is historically, when I first arrived here, something that most people cared nothing about actually understanding the truth behind, and just were fine making the assumptions or going off of prior poor relationships. Things have taken a rather drastic turn in that regard, and it's good to see. Certainly a lot healthier for arrangements, I would say.
Yeah. It is very easy to hate a stove if it burned you once, but it's good to understand it.
Yes. Actually. Thank you for telling me, but there's a man I have an appointment with.
Alright, so I'll let you about your business. I'll tell you if I hear anything else.
Please do.
Too shy to ask. I completely forgot. What is this area even called? Not much of the literate sorts. Turns out the Baron rules over.
The Nockmar Barony.
This counts as Nockmar. Oh.
Yes.
Wait.
The Nockmar Valley itself and this coast extending up to Ardmore.
Who was our neighbor?
The Nockmar Barony.
I thought that was beyond the canyon. Who owns the walls beyond the canyon?
Is north.
I feel like there was another Baron in the vicinity.
Baron Arvin Lacronus is the Baron of Nockmar. Then there is the Barony of the Jade Valley and the Barony of Ashramazera.
That's what I was assuming. So the Ashramazera was different. Okay.
Yes. The
That's probably
previous,
why I
previous
assumed.
Baron was assassinated some months ago. I've heard
I don't
a priest
remember
of some kind
that happening.
has taken over there. I do not know him myself.
I see. I'll keep that noted. Thank you.
Yes, it was quite the news. For
Seems to
previous
slip my
Baron
mind.
was
For the
Darius
guard.
Lacronus, cousin of Arnavus.
Family owns the area.
It often works out that way.
I had
It's good
a...
to see you in town again.
Yes, I had a message slipped to me, I think potentially a little bit ago, but I had never quite gotten notice that it was there until recently and was able to actually get a look at it. I am, to say my
I'm glad that
curiosity
it did
is,
not miss you.
I am curious about the nature of it, given the sparse details. There's not much that people tend to turn to me for conversation about, especially someone from, well, a position of leadership.
I understand. Many look down upon the Vale and what it does to this land. They see it bad.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate that so many do not respect it. Correct me if I am wrong, but you are a dryad, yes?
Yes, although this is
originally.
Yes. Yes.
You're suddenly more now.
I was. Yes.
Good.
I didn't want to interrupt. I was just.
Oh,
excuse me again.
Of course. And your name is Elisande, correct?
Yes.
Wasn't sure until after I wrote the letter when I spoke to Snowbell.
Yes. Elisande, and you introduced yourself in a letter, but I have seen you around before, so now I have a name to the face. Advisor Valerian.
Valerian Theriod, advisor to the Council of Leefside, yes. Would you walk with me?
Sure. As long as you are not adverse to the rain. I'm sure it will come as a huge surprise, but I am quite fond of it.
A little bit of dampness won't bother me.
By all means.
That's what I'm saying.
We've already had such a discussion.
I've seen him around, but I haven't seen him in recent.
I see 6
It's like already cool to the touch when it lands on you. And it flexes with your joint.
Huh? Hello?
Okay.
It is refreshing, in a way.
What is?
The rune.
It is... I do not think there's ever been quite this persistent in the time that I have been out from under the canopy of the trees. It has had moments, but never a day where it has been as ceaseless as this. I wouldn't mind it happening more. I believe so. It was...
Winter does tend to be wetter.
I believe it was either late spring or early summer when I found myself at this border.
That would explain it.
Deeper within the Vale, you see, there's not much easy perception of the passing of seasons unless you're very astute. The nature of the tree cover there tends to keep everything in a very consistent state for much of the year, and in some of the deeper parts, the rain doesn't really penetrate too deeply under the canopy of the trees. Not unless it's particularly heavy, but... well,
I see. I can't say I've ever been to the Deep Vale myself.
I have been in many parts of it, though. For the most part, I tend to stick more to the outer regions of it. Mostly on account of that being the, well, the further in you go, the less, well, nice some of the residents there can be about it. They're very protective of their environment.
Yes. Of that much, all those in Erin should know. Although, of course, sometimes they don't learn it.
From the number of times that I've had to quietly lead those with a bit of a addled haze over them back towards the direction that they should have gone, it's something I have been very familiar with. I do not go out of my way for them to know that interaction, as I was under the impression for a long while that they would likely react poorly to, well, seeing me. And admittedly, those fears were a little bit founded when I first got here, but I think people have either grown used to it or they have had the chance to actually learn history from a bit more secluded sources.
That is good to hear. Though it's a shame you had to deal with such. One such as yourself is only rarely seen. A great source of knowledge for that which we cannot learn ourselves without losing ourselves within.
Well, in that regard, I am very lucky in that sense, in that under normal circumstances such a thing would never have happened, but a bit of aid from a friend was what allowed me to keep most of myself while living out there. It wasn't my intended goal, but, well, it's one of those things of you have to kind of keep the cards that you're dealt. Honestly, I'd intended to disappear out there, but that is neither here nor there. Not anymore. Regardless...
So you were not born within the Vale, then?
No. I lived in a community that lived on its... on the outskirts of it, in a similar manner to Leefside here, actually. In that it was in direct proximity to the borders, and, well, there was always the potential opportunity or risk of things blowing over from one side to the other, but they were more... they were more communal with it, in a sense that they understood its dangers, but did not revile it for so. But I imagine that is more akin to the way that the, well, dryads always live. They are much more in touch with nature around them, especially in these parts. Though, whether or not they would call me...
dryads in these parts?
I don't know if necessarily anywhere else, but at least where I once lived, and there is a decent community of them, and I know that they are still there, as I
see.
checked in on them about a month back, maybe a little bit less of time, but I did not stay long. I did not actually even enter the place, I just was watching from afar. It was a little bit of a fear to actually go in there, given the nature of my departure. I wasn't sure if I was more afraid of them recognizing me, or not knowing who I was anymore. Then again, I was a lot younger.
And what was the nature of your leaving, if you do not mind?
As I alluded before, I had intended to disappear. I do not want to go into the full specifics, just that I thought of myself as a burden to them, and figured they would not miss me. I do not know if that is true or not. I also cannot help but notice that our wanderings have led us straight to the front door to, well, my home. Is there a particular reason?
How much do you know of the Earth God, Elisande?
A limited amount. Even those of my nature are not given much direct knowledge of it beyond knowing which parts of the Vale not to tread, lest you start reaching closer and closer to the gate. And within that area...
Not the spirits. The Dryad organization. Mostly active on the northern side of the Vale. Southern side of Ashamazoa. Do you have any experience with them at all?
A very limited amount, but part of that is, in a sense, the things that I wanted to avoid or disappear from. There's even a possibility, if there are people still out in that direction, that one or two of them may remember that name. Whether or not it's for a good thing, that's... I do not know if that what their opinions are. Why do you ask?
They've become more active recently. Even leaving their normal territories. Somewhere between Leefside and Ardmore, there were supposedly 2 Earthguard members guarding some beastkin who murdered a noble.
Over what?
Apparently he was the noble's servant and wasn't exactly happy about that, but beyond that, I don't know why Earthguard was there. I don't know why they traveled so far from where they usually do. I was hoping you might know something to help.
To really be able to give you an answer on that front would require me to actually make a bit more of a, how do I say, uncomfortable trip back towards the direction that I actually hailed from. I know there are people that I once knew that still live up there, in those regions. One of them might have even saw me. If they did, I doubt they knew where to even try to pursue it, but I didn't feel them follow me. But to say exactly what their motivation is for going beyond what I normally are most comfortable, that I cannot say. The only time that they have ever really moved heavily in the past was when they felt that the land they were living upon was no longer a sustainable place to live, or if they were at risk of being encroached upon by the Vale, because while they have more neutral opinions about it, even they know that unless they are given some kind of boon to traverse the area or otherwise protect themselves, that they are just as susceptible to it as anyone else. They just do not revile it for that fact. I suppose the question is there an answer that you're hoping it isn't?
I'm not sure. While you were in town today, did you hear talk of the bandit fortress nearby?
I have. And murmurings make their way around here quite often, both from the regular visits of Snowbell between here and there, and just, well, sometimes, given the bond between me and this place, things will sometimes end up whispering their way to me. If it's something that even has taken notice to those who live within. They're primarily just happy that such fighting is taking place outside their borders for a change, as opposed to the groups that decided to make their operations within the Vale. You can imagine they took quite exception to that.
No, of course.
But that said, given that they normally live in such close proximity, the spirits in the Vale Guard have given me indication before that they are able to roughly see around the perimeters and borders of the Vale before, as they have come across those who live beyond its reach in the southern isles off the coastline of Erin, that they have their opinions about. But likely that would...
Would this be the wood elves I heard you speaking of?
Yes, the very same. My presumption is they are likely descendants of those who used to inhabit the lands when it was still the Great Forest. And as things progressed, but regardless, their presence there is likely one that is not deliberately harmful, but Leefside's position is one that is a lot more unique compared to that of others, and without that nuance, they are seen much less favorably unless somebody were to act as an intermediary or otherwise intervene on their behalf, which, where they live, they currently have none, and it doesn't help that there are groups in that vicinity that very well may be acting out of more malicious intent, and as a result, everybody there is getting painted with the same brush. But my point for bringing them up is that they too are on the outskirts, which means that so long as they have not moved far from where they used to be, at least in my recollections and recent reminiscing walks, they may be within sight of some of the spirits that have lived more in that region, that might at least have some idea of if something has changed there that would have affected the way that they are behaving. Because they do make their own occasional trips near or even into the Vale. They are no strangers to the resources that it has within. Though I believe they have a bit more of a technique of doing it in such ways to not anger things, as they tend to bring something to leave behind. And that's usually the missing factor, that they do not, most do not bring something to give when they are taking. That is likely what has allowed them the position they've had for so long. My original people, no exceptions to that.
One would expect, yes.
But if there's a concern over the intervention on their part, if they are not of immediate help, there is other ways, but that might be a very uncomfortable homecoming.
I understand.
Which I'm not against, it's, well, I just... there's a lot that I could imagine could go wrong with such a thing. Maybe a bit that could go right, but I'm not exactly hopeful. If you have more details regarding the incident in question, or at least any recent rumors, either from around here or northward, I believe you said towards Ardmore, that would give me more to potentially work with, but I would have to try to... Most of my working knowledge of them is several decades old, and I, for a while, had no contact or even any memory of them in the first place. It was coming here and being involved in as much as I was with some of the people here that I even remembered I had a life outside of there. I may have maintained my mind, but the cost of that was, for a long while, the erasure of who I was. And while I can vaguely remember bits and pieces nowadays, it's like reading a book about somebody that everyone says reminds them exactly of you, but it doesn't feel like me anymore. Because it's not like I can exactly go back to those days. One, I wasn't even an adult yet, but even so, it's like a completely different person. Even
Yes.
without all of the
I feel like
foliage. Yes, I appreciate not having to explain in immense detail, but I am someone that has a lot of regrets, and some of those regrets quite literally grow on me. It's the price to pay for surviving. Or at least surviving with my mind intact, I suppose a better way to say it. Normally, they don't have such luxuries. They just exist as caretakers, protectors. But they do not have any self.
I see.
And to some extent, there are some out there that, amongst the collective out there, that resent me for having that ability to have self, to have question, but that is also in very much the regard that I try to push them to not be so rigid in their ways. Had that not happened, we would not have the ties between here and Leefside being as positive as they were. There would still be very, well, hostile intent, even probably to us just merely standing here. Maybe not aimed at me, but it would be in a way directed towards me for bringing someone this close. But times have changed quite a bit.
Yes, I'm glad I was in town to witness the ritual with that sword. That was within my first few days, I believe.
You know what that sword is, right?
I don't believe I ever heard, no.
It is one of the last remaining fragments of what the forest once was. A very piece of the Earth Gate. Uncorrupted by the despair that plagued this place for so long. It has been protected by one who took upon the burden of what pain it would have been exposed to upon themselves. And such forever burns so that the rest may remain.
I see.
Even I was not aware of that fact before it was presented, but I am not one to question the Vale Guard's decisions. They are the oldest of us, even though I speak of them as though I am anything but the same as them. To most of these spirits there, I am as much an outsider as anyone else is. I just have, well, a connection that makes me useful to them. So in a lot of ways, I do not fully feel that I have ever truly belonged there or at Leefside. Not quite Vale enough to be good enough for them, not quite me to feel like I don't have eyes always staring at me whenever I walk outside of its reaches. But that could also be just as much as the fact that people here are not really used to seeing dryads, and I feel that I am horribly tainting their perspective of what they are like. They will be sorely disappointed to find them not nearly as floral.
Yes. As evidenced by my question to you, I was not fully certain if you were a dryad or not. Of course, upon seeing you.
I mean, the more you look, if you have met them before, you can see where the details once were. What was once the horns started splitting and growing into these roots that became the branches, that became my hair. There are probably hooves still somewhere within these roots that have now become my feet, though they are long since been engulfed as I grew taller. The original me is not too horribly different from this appearance, but, well, part of me has kind of forgotten what they looked like. Bits and pieces, enough to remember what once was, but to try to describe them is very difficult.
Of course.
That was one of the first things that went, after all.
Unfortunately, well, some might say fortunately, I've only ever read descriptions.
Yes, they are communal with one another, but they are very, I wouldn't say secretive, but they are more, they tend to keep more to themselves, and the only times that anyone has ever really interacted with them outside of that are those who seek them out for themselves, to inquire of their knowledge, skills, whatever it may be. There have been a few over time, but they have been very few and far between. But at least in the time that I was among them, they didn't turn away those who came looking for them, though they were always a bit wary of the intent of people because, well, one does not exactly seek out those who are a bit reclusive unless they have a purpose in mind for doing so. It's very rarely an accident.
But it is.
Which is why it is curious to me, as it is you, that they have involved themselves in the matters of, well, those outside their immediate community. So I suppose that's part of me wanting to find out for myself what they have gotten up to in my absence.
Yes.
Who knows, maybe looking into it might help me remember more of what once was. Because I remember enough, but there are still plenty of gaps. I've had to mostly piece it together myself. I remember the location, I remember names. But a lot of the experiences are gone to me.
The reason I brought up Bandit Camp is that, while unconfirmed, there is a working theory that Barghast and some other foreign powers from outside of Erin may be connected to those bandits.
Barghast, that's a name I am familiar with, mostly on account of some of my acquaintances I have made here. Though its history is one that I am very much out of the loop on, but there are those who I know are anything but. Is there a worry that the Earth Guard is somehow connected to this as well?
I'm not sure what, other than powers other than themselves, would push themselves out of their territories. But of course, what could they be promised? To work on such behalf, I do not know. And that is my worry.
And that is something even I could not immediately tell you, as a lot can change in many years. Times could change, and then people's needs shift as well. But I can look into it. I can see if there's anything that I can get just from those whose eyes extend further than mine. And if it becomes necessary, I know where I could go, or I know where I could take people that could bring them to those who they could potentially inquire about or find out for themselves. Whether or not that is needed, though, is another matter, and, well, I will not push for or against it, because I feel like my own hesitation on that matter is more of a personal hang-up than one of actual merit. But if it is if it is a matter that puts people here at risk or potential danger, it's worth facing the past for that.
For now, I would ask that you not return to your people. At least not alone.
Believe me, I've already almost made that mistake once. I don't want to do that again. The panic attack alone was... You get the idea.
Of course.
And I suppose, just so that I am on the same page, what would you ask of me, for now?
Speak with the spirits if you're able. I don't see an issue with that. I do hope to see you around town more often. I enjoy speaking with you, Elisande.
It is certainly a change of pace compared to the usual conversations that I have when I do. I suppose if I can find a way to fight this sense of unbelonging, which is entirely within myself, I fear. It's silly. Every time I come out there, I give more reasons to myself why it's a silly one, and then when you're alone with your own thoughts, they become harsh. I'm sure in your position you're all too familiar with the phrase that someone's worst enemy is often themselves.
That I am.
I have made quite the adversary of myself in my lucidity, I suppose. I didn't used to have this problem when I was here. It was not until I became more aware of what it was that I lost that I became more, well, torn between everything. And part of me wonders if because some of them here even tried to stop that from happening. And I'm not sure if it was out of a desire to keep things as they were, if they were trying to protect me from that pain. Because with many things here, a straight answer is often the hardest thing to get.
Of course. Though if I might offer some comfort, I myself have never quite fit in anywhere either.
Why is that?
And so
are far more suited to living a life out there compared to, well, me.
You would be surprised.
I suppose I would be.
Regardless. If ever you find yourself in town and not feeling like you belong, I would hope that you can at least feel that you belong when with me.
Yeah. It's... how do I say it's... I've heard it from others, but it has always felt like it comes out of a place of pity, or that it's not fully sincere. I do not know your...
There's more a sense of mutual belonging.
I do not get that same feeling from you. I don't know exactly why, but... yeah. In either case, I can at least see what I can find out about, well, old friends. Hopefully they are doing well, and that this isn't a sign that they are facing troubles of their own. Because I never left them out of a dislike of them. that solely landed within my own perception of myself. A realization 30 years too late, but...
Better late than never.
Yeah.
If I may ask, do you reside very far in?
Not at all. I actually live right up there. The ruins I have made my more direct abode as of late. I used to live further in. There are places that I know, pockets throughout that I have made shelters for myself, and every so rare often I can tell one of them's being used every now and then because I can feel, well, whenever someone who is not at the Vale travels throughout here, they tend to stick out like a little bit of a, almost like a little glowing light in a non-visual sense. But they have a habit of going to places where I used to reside in. But
I see.
This one I ended up taking as a place because, well, I wanted to be somewhere closer while I was looking for what I came here for, and then over time it became a bit more homely. It became a bit more comfortable for those visiting when I had the occasional visitors, such as Snowbell before her transformation. And, well, maybe it's that sort of feeling of wanting to belong somewhere that makes me at least be as close to the literal edge as I can get without outright leaving it behind. But part of that is because if I left here for a horribly long time, I feel it would have some detriment on me. While I am not as directly bound here as these spirits are, I have had times where being brought here has helped me recover in other cases, so I would only assume that part of my ability to survive is inherently tied to the magics that permeate this place. Hence why I have never made efforts to truly leave it behind. Not that I would exactly want to. For all of its faults, it is... For those who know where to look, there are parts of it that are just as beautiful as anywhere else. Like, for instance, right up in here, though I believe they are all hiding away and sleeping, some particularly young little spirits, maybe not even more than just a month and a half old, make their living amongst the flowers of this bush where they had sprouted out from. Some of them have even made visited into the town. One of them, I even think, mistook the tree in the center as its tree.
Yes, there was one. I saw it in the town hall. I led it back here.
Yes, I heard that there was one that came around a bit more recently, and that it showed some others a bit of a history lesson. Perhaps acting as a bit of an intermediary between some of the older spirits that are less willing to show their face. Because the fun thing about the small young ones is that they are not born with that inherent distrust of the outside world. They're curious, as all children are, but
Of course.
It is their upbringing that eventually leads them to the same way as those who came before. So it did make me a bit happy to see that there were people that came across them and treated them with kindness. Perhaps they'll grow up to be a few representatives of the newer path that those who live here have been trying to forge with those around us right now.
That would be good.
Hmm.
The one I led was curious. It did not speak while inside the town, only after we were alone. I did not think it could speak at first.
It is a varied thing. Some are as, well, about as legible and understandable as an actual child, and some are, well, they are quick to develop in their own regards. And even further, some that simply look young but are quite old. Such is the nature of spirits. Oftentimes, their appearance does not always belie their true nature until they actually are interacted with. The same could be said of a lot of things. The Vale is no exception. Because when I first got here, the general consensus is that it was a place full of nothing but hate, and that its entire desire was just to choke out the land and leave nothing but it behind. Nowadays, I'd like to think that they have gotten better understanding of it, that it is not hate that drives them, but fear. The fear of pain once inflicted long ago, and never having had the means to truly move past it. They're locked in their own cycle of regrets. Perhaps that is why I felt such an affinity for them, and why that was where I ended up thinking I wanted to go run away to. At least I would be somewhere that... well, maybe I didn't realize it back then. I had no such revelations of it then. That was only after living amongst them for so long that I even got to see it the way that it actually exists.
If you could choose between the Vale as it has been the last 1,000 years, and the Great Forest as it was before, which would you pick?
In truth, it's not a very easy answer to give. Because to go back to the way that things once were could potentially invite the same tragedies that once befell it to happen once more. Even if there was now wisdom of the past to guide why such things would be ill-advised, the Vale as it is now is a place that I myself have desired to change, and have made it clear to them as such, that they are not wrong for wanting to remember what made them into the place that it is now. But by clinging to it so desperately, they do not allow themselves to experience what nature is wont to do, which is to experience growth and change. Much like the cause of the miasma, much of the Vale is stuck in a state of stagnation and, well, a perpetual sadness that is maintained by the desire to remember at the cost of being unable to look away from it and consider that those who were responsible for that pain have long since left this plane. Though if I were to go off of the pure emotions of the spirits and those who lived within, I would hope that perhaps they would be able to return to the days of old, when they were able to experience things such as happiness and a sense of belonging with those around them without the fear and distrust that is only born of those who have experienced betrayal from those they once held as dear friends. If I could rid them of that painful experience, perhaps they could have been happier. But to try to make them forget that now, I do not think is fair. There is much that can be said that is learned from such experiences, but where people will be able to learn and grow from it because they have those around them. Much like me, the Vale only had itself. And so, when there is no one around to challenge such feelings except for your own cycle of grief, it becomes worse and worse until it becomes impossible to break out of alone.
I see.
Which is why I think Leefside was such a surprising experience for it, because it's been so unused to ever having anyone seek to understand their pain while not trying to lash out at the behaviors one develops as a result of such grief. One gets hurt once, they never want to get hurt again. They become aggressive in the hopes that they will chase away any that would dare even think about hurting it. But when there are people that stubbornly refuse to be shaken away by such behaviors, one stuck in that cycle doesn't know what to do. And that led to the changes that they have managed to wrought. Solely because they saw past the... well, they saw past the grief and realized that it wasn't hate but fear. If they could somehow become the best of both worlds, a Vale that has the same capacity to love and flourish with life as it did before, but with the wisdom of what it experienced at the hubris of others, that would be the most ideal form I think it could ever take. But just as much as it requires those on the outside to accept that it is not a place that seeks to harm, but seeks to protect what little it believes it has, it requires the Vale to be willing to change and develop,
of course,
well, less of a metaphorically and sometimes literally thorny exterior. Whether or not it'll happen in this lifetime, I don't know, but there's at least some that have the desire to try to somehow see if such a dream could ever be viable. And well, even some of the Vale Guard is coming around to the idea, though I think more of a they won't fight it if it happens, but they do not believe it to be possible. But if they truly opposed that vision, I wouldn't be walking amongst you all anymore. They would have forced my hand to return.
I'm glad then.
So there is a part of them that at least wants to give the chance to succeed.
That is good to hear. And thank you for pointing out your living area, I suppose. That way I won't need to use Snowbale as an intermediary again.
If you go wherever to go up there, you would immediately realize something is a bit off. There are blankets and pillows that got brought out there one time that was made as a bit of a nest by somebody, and I just kind of kept them. But there's some vines that hang down from the rock face. If you part them, there is a small cave in there. That is where I most often retreat to for the night. So if I'm not immediately visible in the ruins, I might be within.
I see.
But more often than not, if there is somebody that is seeking me out, I tend to feel if someone is approaching before they make their presence known otherwise. So I'm sure, especially seeing as I walked in right next to you, so I know what your presence feels like with utmost clarity. So if you go in there again by yourself, I will likely know.
I see.
That is not to say that I'm always watching each and every person that goes in there, but I've made a bit of a habit to try to keep a somewhat better awareness of that particular entrance to the Vale because of how many times I've had to go retrieving people that have gone on unplanned nature walks.
I'm sure the spirits deep within appreciate it.
Oh yes, they're very fond of well, being rid of the nuisances, even though ironically they are somewhat to blame for them getting lost as deep in there sometimes, because if they really wanted them to leave, they could just make them turn around and walk out. But no, they go deeper in. That part I've never quite understood. But no one will really know exactly what their whims are except for them.
The spirits had power over.
Well, they can certainly interact with those a bit more deliberately when they are exposed to the miasma. I do not know to what extent that interaction is, but there are some that use that altered state of mind that people find themselves in to influence them in other ways, or in some cases torment them. But that is why sometimes those seemingly hallucinatory experiences people have in their fevered states end up not being so illusionary at the end. they find themselves with the same wounds that they perceive themselves having, with no real explanation for how they got them. That is their doing.
It does make sense, I suppose.
But as for the effect that it has after they leave, as I'm sure you're familiar with, that almost like cloud around them, for lack of a better word, where it seems like it lingers and they have this faint desire to go back. That I don't think is them. But to the same degree, while it is a miasma, it doesn't make sense because the miasma isn't around them. But there's still something that leaves that sort of air about them. Quite honestly, it may have something to do with what brings those like me into being. But what that is, I don't know. I've never really been wont to find out because I've seen from the outside what such a process looks like. Both in one where it succeeded and one where it was, I believe, stopped. Though the request that was made of me to help with that matter, or at least help those who were acting upon it, has me a little bit unnerved, as I've never really quite known this for myself. They asked me to take some various items with some seeds that they basically put within them, and had me grow the seeds into actual plants to spread roots throughout them because they were needing to do that for the surgery. And I did not really want to think too heavily about what that might imply. That would be a question more for the medics of the town. I had no involvement with it beyond that matter. Though I assume it was successful because I didn't hear any news about the person in question passing away or anything like that.
That is good. I shall... suppose I'll have to talk to Snowbell at some point about that.
She was the one who made the direct request to me, for that matter, so she's familiar with why she asked me to do that in the first place, so... But also, I believe she is the head of medical, I believe. The medics there, yes?
She is head of the clinic and one member of the Committee of Health on the Leefside Council.
Okay, well then that would... I know they were directly involved in that matter, so... they would probably be the best person to ask about what had transpired there, and... well... if they've been monitoring it since then, as I have not seen the person in question in quite some time.
Interesting.
I just knew that their health had taken a turn for the worse after, well, one of the particularly larger outings into the Vale that ultimately led to the improved relations, but they had suffered a rather severe injury from one of my kin. I recognized them when we were out there. And when I say kin, I mean what normally happens to those who have such a fate befall them.
Of course.
But that's neither here nor there.
I must thank you again for answering all of my questions, Elisande. You have been a wonderful help.
Of course. Like I
I
said,
do
there
hope
is
to talk
very...
more in the future, and to see your abode within the Vale at some point.
It's not much to look at, but if you are so inclined, I will be sure to try to make it at least a little presentable before that time comes. But as I said, there's not much that people turn to me for regarding topics beyond that, but when it comes to that, I know more than I think a person who can walk around on the outside should. At least from first-hand experience. I suppose that is in another sense the whole root of the not knowing how to belong. Most of my knowledge, worldly and otherwise, beyond giving advice to people that I wish I had gotten for myself a long time ago, is advice about a place that is completely foreign to them and somewhere where they shouldn't tread for very long. Most else of what I know is not really things that I can make use of out here. So I don't know exactly how to adapt to a life where it is between two communities such as this, when they are so different.
In my experience, you do so by hiding the effect of one. But that's a topic for another time.
I'm sure there will be plenty of time for that. After all, I am of a similar mind that I would not mind having more walks like this. It is refreshing to use the same words that almost opened this walk.
And do not feel the need to make your home more presentable. I'm used to austerity. Most are surprised to know that I come from a small village, not a city at all. I was no fancy upbringing. Yes.
And yet you found yourself in a position such as this.
Many years of working towards this. Many years of working towards my goal.
I see. Are you happy where it has ended up?
I'm not unhappy.
And there's the same kind of answer I'm used to giving to other people. The very non-committal kind. I won't pry. That's your story to tell.
There's a lot to do, to make Jakai better. That's what it comes down to.
To that I have no doubt.
More work than could ever be done in one lifetime.
Wouldn't I know it? Trying to represent the better interests of an empire and trying to represent the better interests of an ancient forest. Not too dissimilar in that level of weight for just one person to deal with. Although hopefully you have a bit more help in that matter than I do.
I have people whom I know who wish to make this empire better, but none who fully understands my position.
Wouldn't I know that? There are some that have tried to reach that level of understanding, but I feel like there's going to always be a little bit of a divide between me and them, solely on the simple account that they are people that belong out here, and I am less so. They do not have the same experiences that have formed those wishes. And while I appreciate them, it's hard to ignore that feeling once that little whisper of doubt gets in the back of your mind. It's like the stickiest sap off of a tree. As soon as it gets on you, you can't get it off, no matter what you try. And believe me, I have. Maybe that's why I understand, at least what that feels like. I won't say that I understand the weight of what it is that you are trying to do and the degree of that weight compared to those who want to say they have the same vision, but I can understand how such a goal can become isolating.
Perhaps this is rude of me to ask now, rather than before. But I would ask that you not repeat the personal details which I speak of myself to you.
I am not particularly one who is wont to share the personal lives of other people unless they otherwise tell me that they want me to. So you do not have to worry about that.
Thank you.
While others may be fine with gossip about other people for whatever purpose it may serve, I do not seek to harm the limited bonds that I feel that I have with people by betraying their trust like that. When there is few that I feel that I can speak this candidly to and at least have some ground of which to be understood upon. Maybe not the same ground, but there is a lot of overlap. And that is something that I find very rare, and when it is found, it is to be cherished, not taken for granted. Especially these days. But yes, it is of no trouble to me. Though if there are things that you would have me speak with others about at any point in time, you will need to let me know in that case, so that I know where that line is drawn.
Of course. I do look forward to speaking to you more in the future, as I've already said. There is a level of comfort in you that I have not found in a long time.
Perhaps it is that inherent desire to not feel lonely. It's the same reason why I reach out to some people and give them the advice that I try to.
Hey,
I was even called out on it recently. Hello, Jasmine.
Are you busy at the moment?
That depends. Was there anything else you wish to talk about?
It is alright.
Then I think that seeing as the town is in sight, that might be where I take my leave, as I now pursue another seeking my counsel. Miss Jasmine.
I would like to request your assistance with something.
Sure. And you as well, Valerian. Thank you for the company. I look forward to the next.
As do I. Farewell, and good luck with this stock.
Hopefully it's not one that requires luck, but here's hoping.
No, but was wanting to know if you'd like to come to the Vale, talk with Evergreen, with Skylar and I.
Is that happening now?
Yes.
Is she aware that there is an invitation being extended to me?
The Wet Vale has already been notified, and it was felt a lot more welcomed. And Skylar asked if we to find you potentially. So, because it seems we're being let in.
Seeing as I have concluded in my lengthy discussion with Sir Valerian, I am quite free.
Did either of you two hear something in this direction? Something
No.
loud, like screaming? Okay.
No.
Cool.
Hold on, I'm catching up. Skara, I don't know if you will ever watch this, but damn. You don't realize how much that helped. I don't know how much of that was intentional on your part, but I know you've been paying attention to how I've felt lately. Thanks. You could do to at least let me keep up with you a little bit.
Apologies.
I see we are, we're not... You caught me at a very good time. I was just wrapping up what I was doing.
That's good. I guess
Shall we?
Yeah, yes, we should.
Oh, to your right.
Whoa. I know it, guys. I know a shortcut.
Yippee yahoo! Wahoo! Yippee! Yeah! Wahoo! Yeah!
Yeah, hon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a silly little creature.
You a silly little girl.
No, I'm a woman.
Alright.
It's a little woman.
Am I a wolf?
Oh wow.
Am I a wolf?
You're a wolf! No.
Where the fuck am I?
Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Oh shit, she's got a gun!
If anyone tries anything.
I'm a healer, but
If anyone tries anything with evergreen, they'll be forever red.
Okay. So once y'all are ready, you will be hitting first bridge. First bridge right here. Whenever you're ready and in character, take a little bit of time. You're in character when you hit the button.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to. Yep. Let's go.
oh, witches. Okay.
If at all you get tired of your own magic, Jasmine, I can take over for you. Remember, I have the same effects.
Yeah.
What's that?
One of the spirits.
I've never seen that spirit before.
The spirits of the Vale take many shapes and sizes. They can be small, like that one. They can be even smaller, like the ones that I know that you have become acquainted with. But they can also be
They are very adorable.
large, and every single shape and size in between.
True. That's the joy with spirits. They take on all shapes and sizes, no matter where they are.
That is something I will never grow ever tired of, is getting to see them all in their natural state.
Indeed.
I recognize this spot.
It's where we met
Anton.
Yeah.
It was actually where we met a number of them. I believe this was where we had first met Evergreen as well.
Really?
I don't remember.
Yes.
Unless that was the time before I came in when we... Like, the only time I'd been down in here
It
was
was-
when we were rooting out the cultists.
It was a time. There was a time afterwards when it was. Hattern and some of the others that were seeking to form the Accord. It was the same day. It was, however, the same day that they came in to visit afterwards.
Right, the one that they got really annoyed with me about.
Oh.
Which still made no fucking sense.
Let's not think about that right now.
No, I'm not.
I'm assuming this one is leading us to where they wanted to meet you to.
Perhaps.
Looks like it.
As I do not know the details of the meeting that you had arranged of each other than just the idea of where we would be.
I guess we're going back.
I guess so. To decide unless it's wishing to just simply play with us and letting us go running around. That's also possible.
I mean, is that really so bad if that's the case?
Not necessarily.
Playful creatures will always be playful.
Plus, we have you here, so it's not as like we're actually going to get lost, so.
And thus I am also part of the game.
Oh shit.
Oh? Oh no.
I'm not. I would not do that to you all.
I would hope not.
One, I like you two both a fair bit. And that would also mean that I would have to come get you afterwards.
True.
Someone's in a good mood.
What?
You're certainly in a good mood. It's refreshing to see people in a good mood when traveling through the Vale for a change. Usually people are on edge, and it makes the whole experience way less comforting.
For most of my life, I've been told that the Vale is a place to be feared, to be wary of, but that I'm more aware of what the Vale truly is. It's a lot more comforting.
No, I understand.
To see what the Vale once was.
Indeed.
I am no different in that regard. I just have a lot more first-hand experience after the fact.
Are we sure we are going the right way?
If not, it's a little bit of adventure.
Indeed.
I suppose.
If I really need to, I can always call out to them, and they'll be very easy to find us, but
I think
I'm pretty sure
right
we've
there.
found where we're going. Mischievous as the younger spirits can be, they are not that particularly inclined.
Hello. It's okay. The wind is safe. It's just helping with breathing. That's all.
We can always drop it if need be.
I can take over.
Maybe that might be best.
Mine is not nearly as harsh. Just a gentle blight in the area.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings once more, Lady Evergreen. I'm glad to see that you're well.
I am.
I
Pleasure
tried
to see
my
you
best
again.
I tried my best to make the place nice. I wasn't exactly sure what would be proper etiquette
It's
for
fine.
a visit, but
It's fine.
Well, I'd say that for those who are used to life on the outside, this is more than acceptable.
It is a pleasant surprise, nonetheless.
These are good friends of mine. Well, I'm sure you know her, but this is.
We are familiar with each other, yes.
The last time we met was when you came into town the first time.
Snowbell?
Oh, hi, Snowbell.
Hi.
Oh.
I knew I felt you following behind me.
I saw you. I heard some noises, so I fell a bit behind. I was curious.
Fair enough.
Oh. Yeah, that's fair.
Nothing wrong with that.
I just woke up.
please feel free to make yourselves at home, I suppose. Some of this stuff was donated to try and make it a bit more pleasing. And there's food and water and other things to drink if you'd like to.
Donated? Donated from who? I'm curious.
The, what is her name? Amaryllis.
Ah.
Ah. Sounds like her.
Indeed.
I was going to town, so I'll leave you guys here. Take care.
See you, Snowbell.
Take care.
Travel safe.
Will do.
So that's where she's been going. She's been going a lot further in than I usually do.
Perhaps she's just comfortable with it.
Well, given her current state of being, that's not surprising.
She has been coming here pretty often. Anton has had to make sure to keep an eye on her and the friends that she brings sometimes. Just to make sure they're safe.
Understandable.
She's been bringing people with her?
A couple of times. A long, messy pink-haired girl and one of the children of the demons, Deflios, they're called, with red skin.
Huh.
Frey and...
Yeah, Freya and...
Interesting.
Long pink hair.
Maybe I just didn't notice because they were in close company with her, but...
Yeah.
I mean, she's all too familiar with the... making sure that people stay safe, so... I'm sure there's no worry.
I hope so too. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to Anton a lot about it, but from what he said, they usually just traipse their way through the forest for a little bit, and then eventually when they're tired, they just find a place to lay down.
As long as they're not making too much of a mess.
Well, I'm sure that if Anton is looking after them, or at least watching out for them, that they are not getting themselves into too bad of trouble. Because if she did, I'm sure he would have told me by now.
Would you want me to tell Anton to let you know when they come in next?
I wouldn't mind the awareness, just for the... I guess just to make sure that they're alright out here.
Okay.
They don't have the same amount of experience as I do with making a habit out of this, so... I just want to make sure that they
Being
are alright.
an envoy, I just thought I'd ask. You'd definitely be one of the people to ask to do it.
Of course. And I appreciate you telling me. But it is not so much about me that I'm here to accompany them. And I know that
I'm glad you ended up
have...
making it.
Appreciate the invitation.
As promised. Free books.
Thank you. Wow.
The first one is Beauty and the Beastkin. Second is The Mansion with a Clock in its Walls. And the third one is... Name, please.
What?
Oh, The Lonely Unicorn.
I don't think surely not. That she...
Okay.
It's an
Okay.
autobiography about me. How
You want me to think of something different? I can think of something different.
Okay,
Maybe not unicorn themed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Tales of the Sky, or From the Sky.
Sure, that'll do.
Tales from the Sky.
What?
I feel like I know what that reference is.
Tell me later.
I haven't gotten another chance to read the last two, but the first one I read towards the end and I recommend it.
Okay. I am really excited to read these. I used to do a lot of it. Though it was partially because I was part of my job. Working with magical scripts and things, I had to look over a lot of text, and they usually weren't as fun as these. So, this will be fun.
What kind of magic text you used to look through? You don't have to if it's private.
It's hard to remember all of what I wrote, but I do remember that there was a good amount of wood elves and some of the other folk that lived in the same community, and typically they'd ask me to help with developing or sometimes just proofreading their magic.
Okay.
Trying to develop skills with magic was always pretty difficult for some people. Spellcasting comes more easily to some than others because of the amount of skill and practice it takes. Trying to figure out the right mentalities, maybe the right movements you might need, things like that. And, well, I was lucky enough to be one of the people that had a good understanding of that. Enough so that people trusted me to more or less try and help them understand.
That's very nice of you.
It wasn't necessarily a rare job for unicorns. There was a lot of work that we put into trying to understand the different kinds of magics and how affinities worked, how people could use it to live their lives better, you know? And, well, I guess you could say we really had a knack for it.
I'm sorry, it's just, it's still crazy to me to, like, hear stories of others like me and that. It's not, it's a very new thing for me.
It's honestly just as exhilarating for me too. I think I mentioned it the last time that we talked, but using my voice is something I haven't done in over 900 years, and well,
you could imagine my surprise when they
still...
told me that you had actually spoken.
Mine as well.
Though I cannot say that it did not come with a no small amount of joy. So seeing you now, it seems like it was a very good thing.
I think so too.
The reminder of bonds.
I really do think that I feel what you said you felt after meeting people from Leefside. At least after a while. I didn't really understand it at first, but I think Skylar and the people that you introduced me to are helping.
Yeah. They are certainly good people. Very different from those that I'm used to.
Very unique.
And Leefside just so happens to be a place where all those unique people apparently conglomerate. That's a right word to use, right?
Congregate, I believe, is what you're looking for.
Congregate, yes.
I do really like the idea of Leefside. A place where lots of different people are. Where there's lots of different things going on. It does remind me a lot of the forests. Back before the Great Burnings. I think that's why I like it so much. There's plenty of wood elves. They built tall houses in the trees and structures all throughout the place. Unicorns like us would work our way a little bit closer to the ground, since things like ladders and other perches like that weren't necessarily our forte. And, well, others like the ancient fox folk and even some humans sometimes. That was pretty rare.
Humans there too. I might have vaguely seen some in the vision we've had.
There used to be some people from closer to the, what do they call it? Yorn? The clay realm?
The
yes,
clay region,
Yorn.
Traders from there used to sometimes visit, mostly for the wood elves. Craftsmanship was traded usually, and it was a little bit of a lifeblood for both communities. I always enjoyed meeting them. It was interesting to hear a lot about how they were working with things out there. They had plenty of time working with magic and things out there, and well, clay magic wasn't really one of the ones that I had a lot of practice with, understanding of. I was still able to get the gist from what they were saying, enough that I even tried to help other people learn, even though it wasn't my affinity.
Interesting. So
There is a lot that a guiding word can do, even if they cannot necessarily enact the final outcome. If one knows what it looks like, what it might feel like, I can do quite a bit.
Indeed.
Actually, I'm curious, what affinities do you have?
if you'll believe it, before everything was said and done, it was water and fire.
Oh.
Hmm.
I see.
Such
Very
opposed
interesting
elements.
combination.
Not often to see something like that.
I always worked with what I could, though. To me, it was just more of a drive to better understand how magic worked together and how people, even when they couldn't juxtapose them together, could still do it. Mainly from my own trial and error. It was a little difficult finding ways to synergize both of my affinities back in the day, but I found a way when I could. Nowadays it's a little harder to feel that half of me. The water affinity side. I think it has something to do with how I was left. The way that I am now. I'm not exactly sure how or why, but from what I understand, it was sort of a side effect of me being left like this.
I see.
But like I was just saying, the knowledge is still on in here. And in a certain sense, that's what really counts. It always has made me feel a little awkward around the rest of the Vale Guard. They're all Earth spirits. Even the few that are, I guess you would call it, sort of contracted, or that live here under the behest of doing favors, typically at the very least mesh well with the other Earth spirits. And my two affinities don't necessarily have anything to do with the same things. It's always felt a little weird.
Yes, but there is at least within earth and water, a deeply symbiotic relationship. Both are required for the proliferation of life. And if anything, I'm sure you knew of the ways that fire could helpfully coexist in such an environment, because even flame has a place within nature. But just as anything, an excess leads to great tragedy befalling. Having that outside perspective does not make you any less valued as a member of the community here. And I'm sure Anton knows that particularly well, especially given his proclivity to keep himself in a constant state of smoldering.
Yeah. That is almost word for word what he told me one day. When I brought up that, it definitely sounds very familiar. Would you want any food or anything to drink?
Oh, I don't mind some food.
I would not turn down the invitation. I have not actually had anything all day.
I won't turn it down either.
There's, bowls over in that sack to the right, if you would like. And, well, it's an old recipe, one of the few that I actually, remember. I was never really a super talented cook, but I could cook at least two things really good, and one of those was this. It's a kind of soup. It's made with a base of vegetable stock, and then you mix in some grains and a thickening agent like cream and some things like that. It's really good. I remember eating and subsisting off of it a lot back when I had study sessions or.
I'm sure it will
even
be a
between
lot
magic
better than
lessons for
things
people.
I tried to make for myself when I was by myself out here. I would have had much better luck with the cooking had I met you a lot earlier in that time frame.
I mean, it'll probably be healthier than the pancakes I had.
Those smell wonderful, though.
Yeah. Pancakes are unhealthy, right? They look like
No, they're
it's
not
something
bad.
that's unhealthy.
They can be... There are ways to make them healthier, there are ways to make them far less so. Depends on who you ask and who you allow to top them with things, because there are some people that have a proclivity to basically be able to be asked, would you like some pancakes with your syrup? And believe me, that is not healthy. As much of a surprise as I'm sure that is.
I mean, it was a little bit drenched in syrup.
Sounds sort of familiar to some of the things that I've heard about, so I think I get the gist.
Yeah.
It'd be the same thing
Sure,
as one of the times where I
made a-
caught one of the travelers out here who came across a decent supply of honey from one of the hives in the trees and basically had it almost drowning in that, and they well,
dear.
the tenants of that hive were very easy to find them later because it was all over their face. Poor man had to be
I'm pretty sure they were not happy about that either.
No, they were not, and I had to keep my distance lest I get involved in the incident, but yes, they it's like that, but without the stinging.
Fair. Yeah. It was really unfortunate that it had to be specifically Vesper wasps, too. Those are very, very painful.
Oh,
not good.
I feel like I've heard about them.
If you have, I was going to say, if you have heard about them, I'm sorry.
You don't ever want to run into them.
Do they have orange stripes on them? Or...
Oh, I know that some of them do, yeah.
Oh.
It depends a little bit about how they develop, but regardless of their appearance and what stripes they do have at the time, it makes no difference. Their sting is horrid.
Yeah. I don't really remember if that person survived. I didn't see if they actually got up to start moving again. I think because they went into shock. Do you know?
I think they came to, but it took a day.
Yeah, and they forgot all the honey too.
I had to carry them to the edge somewhere where I hoped someone would come across and find them, but I didn't dare take them much further. That was before I was comfortable with the idea of leaving this place.
We were able to make a little bit of a comeback with the honey, though. We were able to salvage a little bit left, and that was nice. We made sea cakes after that. I don't know if you remember. Just the dough and then putting, like, sesame seeds and other little poppy seeds and things in there, and then you smother that with honey. I enjoyed that.
The story is coming back to me a bit. You can imagine it's sometimes the memory can get a little bit cloudy at times, but it's been getting more clear being around them. But
I see.
Even memories of here can be sometimes a bit hard to access at times.
I don't really know if you remember too much, but you also used to be real quiet, at least early on when I knew you. I think you had only started to walk around on your own.
That rings a little bit of a bell.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, that probably goes into more of why I came here in the first place. A story for another time.
Something I am curious on that you mentioned earlier. You mentioned foxkin.
Yes.
What were they like?
They were very interesting. There wasn't a huge number of them. At least not compared to the wood elves, so I guess that's not really even a fair comparison, considering there was tons back then. But they were nice folk. They showed a lot of interest in a lot of different areas, and the ones that I knew, they were really nice. They typically lived over and amidst the various parts of the forest floor, and I guess because of that, that meant that they spent a lot more time over in amidst us. But as the events of the Great Burning were starting to get a little bit more intense, it was difficult figuring out what to do with things. As far as things went, I know that there was a good amount of the Foxians that had to more or less make a way to wherever they felt like they could make it. They were pretty good at helping with developing a lot of understanding of how you can use magic to bend illusions and manipulate sort of senses, things like that. Better understanding of the body and mind and how magic sort of works to change that. How it can work to change that, I guess. They basically relied a lot on that to make their way through. And if they could, take whoever they could with them. Which unfortunately wasn't many. But they tried. It was a little bit of a mass exodus.
I can imagine. Did their people have a name, or?
When I knew them, they were just known as the Fox Folk. At least, that's what I know of, but, I was trying to remember. I think one of the other members of the Vale Guard Council was saying something about another name. I don't particularly know, but I do know that they go by something different now. Something more, I guess you would say, personal to their dialect?
Interesting. Was there any, defining features about them, aside from just their thirst for knowledge?
From what I recall, they, had this, I guess you would call it a trait? It sounds a little mundane calling it that, given how it sort of manifested, but, they had the appearance of, like, a humanoid, but with some fox features, and actually grew multiple tails over the course of their lives. A pretty good amount, even. I think that was the most memorable part about them.
Interesting. Oh, interesting indeed. You know, you two are the only unicorns I've ever met.
It's not really a surprising fact nowadays. From what I understand, it really is difficult to find any of us left, and I I was under the impression that Skylar was the only other unicorn. At least the only other one that I could ever hope to see and meet.
I suppose to an extent I can understand that feeling. Not as severely, but the dryads mostly kept to themselves. As far as I'm aware, that fact hasn't changed even now, but most everybody at Leefside has never seen one before, and I have given them a bit of a somewhat inaccurate impression of what they typically look like and are more like, I suppose.
I know. It's really weird and probably a little bit annoying at first, I could imagine.
It's a unique feeling having to remind yourself by telling them, yes, I'm a dryad. No, do not expect them to look like me.
The dryads were a very interesting people to meet. They sort of just showed up a little while into the existence of the Great Forest, and well, not a lot of us exactly knew where they had come from.
They appeared.
Interacted with us, though. Oh. Sorry again. Talking like you're from there.
It's okay.
Well, to be fair, I have a very, very select few memories from prior to the burning, but they are not mine. None of them have to do with that, though. I suppose it's just similar to them. A curiosity of those who are like them in some capacity. The thought has crossed my mind again recently due to questions asked to me about the place I hailed from previously.
I see.
According to the dryads themselves and their cultural traditions, they might as well have had their first generations have literally shown up out of nowhere. They believe that the dryads as a people were created in service to the natural world of the Great Forest, that they were born from the forest to be tenants of it, and if need to protect it. It's part of the popular scripture that the first were born from a large giant flower somewhere in the forest.
It's a bit ironic in that sense that those like me also come from large flowers.
Like Snowbell.
Yes, exactly like that. Though nowadays they only live on the outskirts. Though I hope that they have a bit of a better relationship with the Vale than others do. I know they've had, at least when I remembered them, they were neutral about it. They wished for things to be, I suppose, better, in a very similar way to how Leefside idealizes it. But they were more afraid to try to push for that kind of change. They just wanted to coexist as peacefully as I could without rocking any boats, or one of those sayings that I believe I've heard. Though, now that I bring it up, I am curious. Have things changed for those who live more northward? There has been mentioned to me recently that they have been involving themselves in affairs that normally they would stay far from. Those of the Earth Guard.
Oh. From what I've heard from Anton and War Master, I don't really know. It doesn't seem like there's been anything crazy. I do know that over in the north there's been a few more people that have been, I guess you would say, over and around the area more than usual. But nothing that I would say is particularly strange.
The reason I ask is I was told of a pair of them that were protecting a beastkin that had been involved in the murder of a noble. Something along the lines of them being a servant of theirs, but what it was unusual is that it was, well, them. I don't know if things have changed in the years that I've lived here, but they have never really been so want to really interact with many outside of them, their own kind these days.
No, not really. You're saying that members of the Vale Guard did this?
No, not the Vale Guard, the Earth Guard. The
Earth Guard are...
At least that's what the term was used to me. Unless that is one and the same.
That's a term that I heard before.
It was a primarily dryadic group.
Dryads, yes. Yeah, that's it, yeah.
They were ones that I used to live in proximity to before I ended up here.
That's right.
One or two of them may even probably remember me. Maybe. Whether or not that's a good thing, I don't know. I was just asked to see if I could...
don't really know.
See if things have changed for them recently, because I have always known them to be a bit more secluded, similar to, well, you and Skylar. Though for vastly different reasons, I would probably presume.
Yeah. I know that too well. It's interesting hearing about this.
Nonetheless, your surprise in the matter gives me more reason to feel that I need to ask a bit more. I am familiar with at least the presence of some of the spirits in the region close to there that I was hoping I might ask at some point, but well, I figured I'd at least ask you, since you are probably the one most alike to them out of the guard.
That is true. I don't really have the same level of vision over everything that Anton does. Given that he's the general, he's the roots that we all rely on.
His eyes are many and
that
everywhere,
includes,
but it means that he is also spread thin a lot of times. Hence why I do not want to always add to his burdens.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
But you have given me some to ponder about in pursuance of this request I have been given. A chance to perhaps find out about some old faces.
If you want company, I'm always happy to accompany you.
Oh, I am not going out there, not unless it is absolutely necessary. I am...
Ah, fair enough.
I'm afraid of what I might find. Whether that be being remembered or being forgotten, I'm not sure what I'm more afraid of. It's alright, I kind of derailed things a little bit.
No,
You're
no, it's
fine.
okay.
You're
It
fine.
It is comforting to hear stories of how the place used to be.
Indeed.
I
Really is.
genuinely wish there was a way to have seen it in some capacity. In the height of its... well... in the height of its splendor.
If anything, that's why it is so sad. The fire didn't just destroy lives, it ruined the history of those lives too. It was erasure. I think about that a lot. It was one of the great sadnesses that made me take my vow of silence in the first place. It was just too crushing to think that I might be it for an entire people's culture and history. That I might be the only one who's able to have that. To have it be a meaningful reservation.
Skylar mentioned you saved knowledge. Is it more so memory, or is it physical?
Most of it is my memory, my experiences, feelings. I know my history, and the history of what I lived, the history of my people, my neighbors, my work, my dedication to magic. I still see it all very clear, but everything down to the clothes that I was wearing were burned asunder that day.
Yeah. It is, as I said, interesting to hear things from the past like this. I'm gonna go quite honestly, I don't think you would be able to get such an accurate retelling. I don't think many works survive in the world from that time.
Not at least from the denizens of the forest, no.
Yes, the few that do exist are very selective in their details. And
They
most
keep it
are
very tight to the chest.
written in a perspective of those who, well, mistake the Vale's proclivity to lash out at others as hatred and aggression rather than the fear of being hurt again so severely.
Amaryllis has shared with me about how that's the case and how apparently, according to her, there's been plenty of excerpts and books and scriptures and things that have evaluated the effects of the Great Burning, Eldra's campaign against us, all of it, from top to bottom, from the perspective of, I guess, the objective reasonings and how things came to be, and the environmental effects, how it affected the rest of the burgeoning Dracayan Empire afterwards, how it led to the Ember Path being forged as a new religion, plenty of that stuff. And I believe her. I think that it's just that big of an event that surely, yeah, there's going to be plenty of stuff written about there. I wish there
A
was more
known
that we could have
history
said.
and a lived history are two very different things.
Yeah, much so.
Perhaps you could provide your own perspective.
I suppose I could, but I just, after all this time, it feels strange, like I'd just be shouting into an empty basin. There's no rallying to be done. There's no resolutions to be made. There's no rebuilding to do.
But that doesn't
At least
mean
doesn't
that...
feel like it.
It doesn't mean, though. But the story doesn't deserve to be heard.
Maybe it may not fix the pain of several centuries past, but seeing it from the perspective of one who has lived it, maybe even if it's only one or a handful of people, that encourages them to think about their surroundings, the things that they may have otherwise taken for granted a bit more carefully. Lessons like that can help people avoid making such mistakes in the future, lest they be doomed to repeat the past because they only know the perspective from those who can only understand so much without having experienced it or met one who has. Such things are prone to being cyclical otherwise. Maybe not the exact same event, but other things that may be, in their own right, great burnings of other great communities that could have been very easily avoided if they had just heeded the lessons of the past. It's something I ended up doing for someone else in that regard today. Simply giving them advice that was just things that I wish someone had told me long ago, so that they don't repeat my mistakes.
The unicorns aren't the only ones who suffered, as you said. We have suffered. Every single one of us here around in this group has suffered. When the forest burned, those foxkin, they survived. Only for a time later to be hunted down. Five centuries. That's how long it went. 500 long years. A race that once filled the world, then disappeared into shadows. Hidden from sight. But they didn't die out. They survived. They live, walking among the people today. Hiding in plain sight, thanks to a few little gifts of knowledge and understanding from a certain four-legged race who once, and still does, hold a desire for knowledge of magic. We remember. We remember Evergreen. And we lived because of your people. You helped us. And though our numbers are few, we're still here. We're still living. After all, magic and knowledge are what a unicorn taught us best.
I was wondering when you were going to show her.
Sooner rather than later, perhaps, but eventually.
Kitsune. That was the name you were looking for.
That is who we are.
I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to eventually show me. I was waiting. I saw the outlines of them and was curious what they were at first before I realized. I didn't want to say anything just in case.
You're probably one of the very few then who can recognize such signs. Probably given your own extensive knowledge in that area.
It's like you said, we helped with a lot of important fundamentals. And those fundamentals mean that there are things that we can notice that aren't necessarily always cognizant to others.
Yes. A magic that is innate to us. That no other race has.
It's the kind of magic that I'm really glad that people make. From what I understand, people still do. Family and magical traditions and small techniques, ways of understanding magic that only really make sense to the people that learn it in the first place. Forms of magic that do the same function but look completely different when you see them done. for lack of a better term, magical.
They're a wonder to behold.
Indeed.
I mean, when I was little, I used to be completely gobsmacked by the healing my father, well, adopted father, used to do to his patients. It, as he said, was very magical, and I wanted to be like him. And well, it was difficult since I couldn't really perform magic in full, like, my hands like others, but I was able to get the hang of it on my own way.
The first spell I ever learned and taught myself was how to make a pleasant warm wind on cold days I could keep myself toasty. That was the first thing that I ever devoted my own time as a young teenager to learning. I was really happy when I finally learned it, but it wasn't like it was necessarily a big step in terms of how magic worked, but it meant a lot to me. It meant I could spend even more time out here in the forest looking at all sorts of things, exploring even when it was cold. Back when that used to give me a lot of trouble. I had less of a reason with my parents to have to stop.
The magnitude of one's accomplishments may be different depending on the perspective of when one has had it, but that doesn't make it any less impactful. If every accomplishment were weighed against the greatest things that life has ever given, nobody would ever feel proud of anything they've ever done, because it would be eventually too high of a cliff to ever scale. The first
for me,
step
it was
for
a simple
somebody.
orb. And from it, you can do so much with it.
After I got older and I went, which is a sort of tradition, to visit the Earth Gate for the first time. It was... I can't even describe it. The Earth Gate is this massive piece of land. Like a side of a mountain that goes from the bottom of a valley up into the sky where you can't even see the peaks, no matter where the clouds start or end, and there's this brilliant ring of gold where the gate lies itself. Unfathomably large. This hole that just is perfectly carved. Intricate edgings, and when I first saw it, I felt like I was completely awestruck. And when I saw it, I knew from then on that there really is no limit to what this world can be, both from the largest scale and the smallest. And
even your description of it conveys that same awe you probably had in person. I have always wondered what it would look like, but that was one place I have been made painfully clear is one I am not to ever tread. The most I'd ever seen of it was the fragment of it that Anton bestowed Leefside in his blade.
Yeah, Anton's ancestor, the previous general. I guess if I can impart one thing of unicorn wisdom is that we started looking at spellcasting and how to work with it because we, from those very early stages, understood that this could be such a magnificent tool, not just for making things happen, but for making lives better, comfortable, more productive than it was. We saw it as a way for us to extend our arms around each other in ways that we couldn't before. A lot of the first spells that we learned after the fundamentals was exactly that. Ways to help wood elves grow their trees, homes stronger and larger. The ability to craft, make magical items. How to help farming and agriculture. Magic had its roots in trying to make life better. And if there's one thing that I can ask, it's for you to never let anyone tell you different. Spellcasting was a tool for making lives better.
I remember the stories. Old stories told by my elders. The times when the unicorns reached out to the kitsune. Started teaching them. And then we, in turn, contributed. Brought in new insights. New ways of thinking for it. Expanding upon it. Building upon it. And sharing it back.
That was the only point we were looking for. We wanted people to understand these fundamentals and then fix it to work how they wanted it to. And I think that arcane casting like that, the different traditions and techniques that develop because of that, are exactly that signal that magic was meant to be that. Whatever it ended up turning into in the hands of the kitsune, the wood elves, humans, no matter what region, it's all exactly what we were hoping would happen eventually. That people would take that understanding of spellcasting and do something great with it.
No tool is inherently meant to be one that could be seen as good or bad. It is entirely in how people have used it.
Indeed.
Its roots were one that were born out of the desire to help people. And that is the way I'd prefer to look at it. It is true it can hurt. But there are many other things in life that have been seen as good that can be very easily used to harm in the same breath. It just means that those who have the desire to see it be used for good encourage others to wield it the same way, just like they did in the past.
It was one of the earliest discussions that the unicorn scholars that I worked with had. We had to come to a full understanding and willingness to live and proceed with the understanding that once it leaves our hands, it's left our hands. That the quote-unquote art and the artist are two separate entities, and the way that it's going to be portrayed, seen, used, all of that.
Yes.
That's not going to be in our place to always decide. But in the end, we decided that not to engage, not to go forward with this, and to let people stumble without any guidance was the bigger folly in the end.
And that's why you dedicated yourselves to teaching others?
That was the original reason. It started out as just us, our fascinations and our understandings early on. It is something that I am not exactly sure what the prospects were. Maybe it was a little bit of our inherent bonds with the magical world through our horns and the other aspects of us, or maybe it was something else, but we got to it early, and after that we realized that there weren't really others that were seeing these gates and this magic like we did.
Could I see this magic the way you do?
I haven't instructed in very long, but I suppose I did say that, I still have a very keen memory of everything, and I suppose that would also count. I'd enjoy the chance to help. If sometime in the future you'd be able to visit again.
Yeah, future. I don't want to turn this into a teaching, like not like a.
I think that would be something that would require a bit of preparation on both your parts, for teacher and student.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, but maybe next time we meet.
Maybe next time we meet.
Much in the same way that you saw the Earth Gate, I remember seeing the Wind Gate for the first time. It is awe-inspiring, but terrifying at the same time. It is something that you wonder how anything like that is still there, and yet here it is. Reaching up into the heavens.
It's a massive cyclone that's been swirling around the same peak ever since.
Yep.
It is interesting to think of the time frame of that. At least the way that other people see it.
Thank you for the raid.
It's noble like the people of the region, but also just as fortuitous and forthright. Nobody can breach the perimeter of its winds. Nobody knows what the gate actually looks like, just the storm that surrounds it, that keeps it safe. Nobody can permeate through it. Just see the majesty of the air that surrounds it.
Yeah.
I always did find it a really interesting, allegorical aesthetic for a gate like that.
Less about
That's
the gate
only one I've been
itself,
blessed to see.
and more about what is produced from it. What it
True.
enables to exist. I mean, the Vale does a very good job of making it so that most alive today would never be able to see or even imagine what the Earth Gate looks like.
Yeah.
That is the most heavily guarded place in all of this forest. Not even the caretakers can approach. Believe me, I found that out the accidental way. Just not even knowing that was the direction I was going. But boy, did I find out.
I've not had the pleasure of seeing any of the other gates personally. I've heard of them, some of them. Zul's is a massive caldera. The
Makes sense.
very large magma spirit guarding it.
And yet, at the same time, that same spirit allows those of Zool to be able to forge and craft their incredible items.
From what I understand, Guardian's a pretty loose term. The actual spirit itself moreover just lives inside of the Earth Star, which is where everyone assumes it's somewhere inside of where that caldera is. And well, it's mainly just been that the spirit's been there before people were setting up camp in there, and may very well likely still be there after. Whatever after looks like. There's never really been much about a sense of forthright protection or righteousness. It's more having people within your home or close to your abode is very annoying for a creature like that.
And well, spirits are not always well known to have the most forthcoming answers about their whims at times, to and outside their own.
Just cold.
Mm.
Winter wind's picking up here.
I'm sorry we couldn't make a bigger fire.
No, it's fine. I
I
don't
mean,
expect you to even
to be
have a
perfectly
fire in the
honest, I
first
don't
place.
mind the lack of fire. I'm a little bit
Yeah,
skittish around it.
I'm honestly surprised. I'm honestly surprised there even is something
Well,
resembling a fire campfire.
I mean,
here.
there's no... Most of the ground right here is dirt. There's very little for it to catch on to.
That is.
I can understand that the events that transpired all that time ago and the aspect of fire itself are two separate things, and my pains lie with the event, not with what caused it. I still don't blame entirely the flames themselves for the actions. They were a vehicle for the destruction, but
the flames were a tool of those who wielded them for harm. Just like... Because to hate fire itself would be hating a very part of you, right?
Exactly.
And you are not a bad person. You have never sought the harm of the communities. You should not have guilt by association, nor should the very concept of fire.
The winter's always a interesting time. Lots of the members of the Vale Guard get a little bit more, I guess you'd say, groggy, slow.
Yeah.
What?
Because of the
What?
cold. Slow down.
I'm sorry. I've
They
never heard that
I
term
mean,
before.
in a very similar sense to how the trees tend to become a bit more sparse in their coverage. You can almost treat them very much like living trees in their own right. They are very reflective of their environment.
I suppose.
Granted,
Actually,
out
speaking of-
here it's not as bad compared to outside the Vale.
Yeah.
The very nature of this place has a little bit of a protective effect in that it kind of minimizes the extent of the seasonal swing, but
You get a lot of the cold temperatures, but
Yeah.
never the beautiful snow.
yeah.
I mean,
Maybe
I've
I
heard
will
a
actually
story
see snow for once.
that I've
Well, the
I've
way that the
heard of
weather is
stories.
going, I think we just might.
Yeah. I've heard of stories of snow falling in in this region despite the rarity of it. So maybe, hopefully, someday.
It is a beautiful sight to see.
I'll believe it. Hopefully I can see it too.
It would be nice to see it.
We'll try and make time to have another talk.
Of course.
Thank you so much again for visiting. It means a lot.
You two behind me will see the horns would glow in a nice brilliant light.
Have a safe trip back.
You too.
Why not?
Actually,
That
what am
is
I saying?
my
That's
absolute
very-
specialty in ensuring.
I almost forgot my mask.
And when we get a bit closer, I'll give you a reminder. Leave them out for a bit. I'm sure it's nice to not have to hide yourself.
It is. It is. Thank you.
You do.
Great.
Thank you.
A pleasure as always, and, well, nice to properly meet you for the first time.
Same to you.
You are wonderful to be around, but your voice is beautiful as well.
I was actually very excited getting to meet the envoy, like, officially for the first time. I don't usually end up around when official business like that's going on, so the time never really went for where that overlapped, us being in the same place.
Wow.
So it was like a little bit of like a special event. I'm glad I got to cook for you.
It was a nice reunion. As you can see, things are a lot different now than they were back then.
Have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
Of course.
See you again sometime soon. Shall we?
Yes, well, we still have
wait,
what little bit
I've
of
been-
daylight.
Oh, wait, I've been needing to ask you this. How come you also have antlers?
I'm unsure when I started growing them, but after the Great Burning, they just started.
Oh.
I think it's another artifact of what happened. And the Vale Guard saving me. A little physical reminder of the family I have now.
Perhaps in its own way, a little touch of earth that exists within the puzzle that is you.
They do fit you very nicely.
Thank you.
That they do.
Just need a little bit of wind and you have all the base elements.
Now, let's not get greedy.
Oh, okay.
See ya.
Take care of yourself, Evergreen.
Now, I'm not saying we need to be running, but we do want to not take too much time, lest we use what very minimal bit of daylight we likely have left. It will certainly be very dark by the time we return, but we should...
That is an easy remedy.
Yes, but while it is a remedy of yours, the forest gets very alive at night, and not in the
good
more
way.
pleasant ways. Yes, there's only so much I can do to keep them at bay. Anyways,
Fair
for
enough.
expediting sake.
Yeah.
That was good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Power
I hope we
walked.
didn't. I hope we didn't like overwhelm Foxhound too much with our questions. I really hope we didn't.
Oh, it's okay. I was yes-anding the fuck out of him, and I know he was doing it back.
Also, you get to finally see. Now you actually see how her light magic affects all of her tails.
Because yeah, we we have never spoken about that stuff between each other, but you wouldn't have been able to tell.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, I love coming up with memories on the spot.
My camera feels so weird.
Anyways,
I'm
I'll
not
see you.
nearly as good as like that improvisation as I probably used to.
Oh yeah.
be.
By the way, Ari, before you go, after we hop out of session, I have something to show you, and I think you will very much like it.
Anyways. Big stretch.
You can't change those settings.
Hold on, before I go back in.
Voice changer, it's
Wishy, 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 wishy.
You.
Me.
Them.
Them. Mini goblin.
You know, it's quicker to get back to the speedboard by clicking the checkpoint thing at the spawn.
I'm not a coward.
Anyways,
I don't use. I don't.
No, you're
use
not a
fast
coward.
travel.
You're just a bitch.
Wait, I wanna see. Is
Oh, what was it? What were you thinking I was meaning with the
I heard Tales
from
of
the Sky.
Tales from the Sky, and I just heard for some reason I thought of like the Trails into the Sky series.
You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's not what I was implying, but I'll take it.
I mean, it would be a very good epic. That story is long as fuck.
Yep. All right. Shall we?
Well, I'm waiting for her. I'm assuming
Where did she go?
She ran off into a corner. Wait,
Where'd that haunt? Where'd the haunts?
Wait, where did she go?
Did she go in? Hold on. Nope.
No.
Dangerous, or I was like,
Oh god, now it's dark coming back into here.
You've caught up with the...
Yeah, now
turn the lights on while I can.
I didn't get to see Elisande today, but
I was around. Well, up until the end.
I saw you only once.
Yeah, well.
It's a shame that the lovebirds didn't get to see each other.
They're not lovebirds!
Yet.
Huh?
We're not in love with each other. Okay, we're all here. We're all here.
To the
Okay.
Vale.
The Vale.
Right. Have you... Yes, okay.
I should
We're-
probably not actually be in this model. I just realized. Give me 1 second. this is my combat model. I don't need to be in this one.
You have a
There we
combat
go.
model?
Much better.
Imagine having a combat model. Anyways.
I was in it when we were in the Vale.
Imagine.
I know.
Imagine your social.
Anyways,
avatar is your combat avatar.
yes, we're nearing the edge, so... Yes, okay, you've done so. Alright.
That was enjoyable, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
It certainly was. Admittedly, my initial hesitations on intruding were very well unfounded. I've honestly forgotten how much of a joy it is to be in her company.
I'm glad you were there with us, Elisande.
I'm sure it became apparent to you two, but we do have a little bit of history. She was probably the member of the Vale Guard who most accepted me.
That's sweet.
Though it was a lot longer of time before I really even met them in the first place. Before it was just myself and, well, the distant voice of Euphoria. That's a birdhouse.
I believe that is a birdhouse, yes.
Oh, there is a birdhouse.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
You can take your mask off now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's also nice and warm with it on.
Oh, fair enough.
But wait, as soon as she takes off the mask, pocket veil.
No!
I'm kidding.
Meanwhile, we have all partaken food of the veil. Technically, we did get pocket veiled.
Yeah, but she knows fully well what can affect people. I'm sure she knows.
We're fine. Yeah, we should be fine.
No, I'm thinking, if you were to take a jug into the veil, closed it, and then took it out, do you have like a jug of veil now?
No. I would say no.
Oh.
Not necessarily, no.
The way that
Not even if it's airtight?
The way that things affect the items and beings that exist within it are, well, it's not quite so simple. Anyways, they've
Who the fuck locked the gate?
Well, it is nighttime.
Alright, give me a second.
Well,
Go check the other
hold
We
on.
should go and check the other door.
This will
Yeah,
probably
we
be
need to check
where
the other
I bid you both a good night, as I have no need to
Okay.
return inside.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for coming with us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
You caught me at a particularly good time, coming off the tail end of something I think I sorely needed.
I'm glad.
It's relevant to those questions I was asking.
Well, I'm glad then.
Rest well, Elisande. Come on.
Damn you, Valerian. Damn you for making me feel a little happy. For a change. Not used to this.